If everybody can start getting seated, we're going to get started in 1 minute. The 106th National Convention will come to order. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as the color guard of American Legion, Newport Harbor Post 291 in Newport Beach, California, presents the colors, and then remain standing while rendering a salute for the singing of the national anthem by United States Army veteran and country music artist, Scotty Hasting.
Color guard, forward, hoot! Ready, face. Post, colors.
Hello.
Place. Colors. Present. Hoot. Two.
All right. I'm going to bring up my friend Nancy Hayes. She's been here for years singing the national anthem with me. As a veteran, we all understand what this flag means and represents. So I'm going to ask all of us in this room to sing this song together.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please uncover for the invocation. I call on National Chaplain Daniel DePosa of Nevada. Ladies and gentlemen, please uncover.
Let us pray. O merciful Heavenly Father, we ask you to bless us this day, but let us be reminded that our POWs and MIAs are still unaccounted for. Bring them home safe soon. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Please remain uncovered as National Sergeant at Arms Everett G. Shepard III of Connecticut leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All together in unison. I.
At this time, we pause to remember those who are listed as prisoners of war or missing in action from wars in which we have been engaged. We in the American Legion will never forget them. We will not ease the pressure on our government to do the right thing and continue to work for an accounting of all those missing. I now call on the Chairman of the National Security Commission, James E. Guernier Jr. of Virginia, and Foreign Relations Chairman Michael Langhammer of Nebraska to place the POW MIA flag on the empty chair. Legionnaires, please join me and cover as we reaffirm our commitment to the principles and ideas on which the American Legion was founded by reciting the Preamble to the Constitution. For God and country, we associate ourselves together for the following purposes: to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, to foster and perpetuate a 100% Americanism, the memories and incidents of our associates in all wars, to inculcate a sense of individual obligation to community, state, and nation, to combat the atrocities of both the classes and the masses, to make right the master of might, to promote peace and goodwill on earth, to safeguard justice, freedom, and democracy, to consecrate and sanctify our comradeship, our devotion to mutual helpfulness. Excuse me. Now, let me introduce this morning's Master of Ceremonies. In April 2011, this infantryman was fighting for his life after being shot 10 times in Afghanistan. His strength and perseverance are why he is still with us today. He first picked up a guitar in 2020, but that eventually led to a record deal, and in 2023, released of his first song, How Do You Choose? It was followed by other songs, including I'm America, Till the Last Shot's Fired, and Pro Beer. This decorated veteran of the 1st Infantry Division, 4th Squadron, 4th Calgary, truly is a survivor. He is now on a mission to help anyone struggling with PTSD or other challenges to obtain mental wellness. He has performed during commemorations in Normandy and also at the Grand Ole Opry. Ladies and gentlemen, again, please welcome a Tennessee Legionnaire, Scotty Hasting.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much for having me. I'm the river, I'm the rain, the lonesome whistle of a train. I'm the amber waves of grain. And I'm the highway, I'm the farm, the fertile fields and boulevards, the hand of rest over your heart. Whoa, I'm the echo of a bell that's ringing. Whoa, I'm the freedom man, the song we're singing. And I'm the seed that's in the dust. I'm the parent God we trust, a place to dream for all of us. I'm America. And I'm the music to the dance, the open window to a chance, the place where courage takes a stance. And all the colors that you see, the lights from 30,000 feet, I'm the roar of victory. Whoa, I'm the echo of a bell that's ringing. Whoa, I'm the freedom in the song we're singing. And I'm the seed that's in the dust. I'm the prayer in God we trust, a place to dream for all of us. I'm a miracle. And I'm the fathers, I'm the sons, I'm the footprints in the mud, I'm a shelter washed in blood. Whoa, whoa. And I'm the seed that's in the dust, I'm the prayer in God we trust, a place to dream for all of us. I'm a miracle. And I'm a miracle. And I'm a miracle. And I'm a miracle. Thank y'all so much. Good morning. I gotta tell you, I'm way more nervous to be standing here than I was over there. Man, you know, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the Legion for having me, man. It means the world to be in a room surrounded by, you know, people that I see as heroes. You know, you guys are what it's all about. When I enlisted, there's so many people in this room right now that are the reason that I enlisted. That song, I'm America, every line of that song is the reason why I joined the United States Army for this country. Thank you. Like the commander said, April 21st, 2011, I was in the Kandahar province of Afghanistan, and I was shot. I was shot 10 times, 5 times in the shoulder, 4 times in the hip, once in the thigh. Got a bunch of pieces of me missing, but we're still here. Thank you. Thank you. And, you know, I sometimes I ask, you know, why me? Why am I here? You know, but then I get, every once in a while, I don't know if you all ever feel it, but every once in a while, like, you know, you just get a sign from the people that, you know, you were with, your best friends, the greatest people I've ever known, about why you are here. I know my best friend, Adam Hamilton, was killed in Afghanistan when we were over there, and he's with me every day when I'm on stage and when I'm trying to help. Ever since I decided to do this music thing, I've always just wanted to help people. See, I have an injury in my hand, I have nerve damage in my right hand, I have no feeling whatsoever, and I have about this much movement. So me playing the guitar should technically be impossible, but I do it. So if there's one thing that you take from me being over there playing music and me standing here today, and I'm sure all of you know this, is that impossible doesn't exist. Thank you. Again, I am beyond honored to be here, and thank you again for the Legion and y'all for having me. It means the absolute world to be surrounded by my brothers and sisters up here. And yeah, Y'all have a good rest of the week. Thank y'all so much.
The 2024 American Legion Baseball All-Academic Team Captain hails from Quincy, Massachusetts, where he played for Post 294. He graduated from Boston College High School with a 4.01 GPA. He just completed his freshman year at University of San Diego, where he is pursuing an engineering degree. Ladies and gentlemen, our All-Academic Team Captain, Tristan J. Pesevich.
What a true honor it is to be standing here in front of you all today. Being here today, I've reflected a lot on how I got here. I've been playing baseball for as long as I can remember, and my earliest memory was my dad throwing me wiffle balls and me smashing them into a fence, seeing how many that I could break. To think that that kid is standing here today in front of you all because of the sport of baseball is absolutely incredible. Playing in Little League and making a run for the most homers of the season, to playing AAU and grinding either at 5 a.m. or midnight, to my 5 years of playing with Morissette Post 294, and ultimately to winning a state championship with my brothers my senior year at Boston College High School, have shaped who I am today. The experiences and memories made throughout these years have a very big spot in my heart. Baseball was always the best outlet for me. Whenever anything tough was going on with family, or the loss of a pet, or the struggles of being a teenager in high school, or my sister who faces lifelong challenges being disabled, baseball was the outlet for me to turn to. It helped me cope with these things, and it gave me a circle of people who would always be there for me no matter what, and I am truly appreciative of that. This award has not only allowed me to continue playing baseball, but it has allowed me to do that at my dream school at the University of San Diego. I'm so blessed with this opportunity that allows me to further pursue an industrial and systems engineering major, along with being a part of an incredible club baseball team out in the place where I always knew I wanted to be. I used to dream about living this kind of life, being in San Diego, playing baseball, and experiencing something new, but I never was sure that that was ever going to be possible. It has been so much more than I could have ever imagined, and I've met so many great people. I became the mascot of our school, which was crazy. I get to play my guitar with the most gorgeous views in the world, and in front of people who love music. And there's been so many incredible experiences in just my first year, and I can't wait for what's to come. I have the American Legion and all of you to thank for that. To my family for continuing to push me throughout my journey. To my coaches, Steve Mays and Eric DeBoer, coaches of Morissette Post 294. Coach Steve Healy, Dan Cobbin, Tom Conley, and Chris Powers of BC High, and Coach Matt Duffy of my AAU team. To be honored by the American Legion is to stand in the shadow of giants. Those who wore the uniform of service and those who carry the torch of character. I am here to thank you and to also make a pledge to the American Legion that I will lead with the same integrity, sacrifice, and purpose that defines the American Legion. Lastly, I would like to end on a quote from somebody who I look up to dearly. Past National Commander Jake Comer. When we hear, we forget. When we see, we remember. But when we do, we understand. Thank you so much.
This year's American Legion Eagle Scout of the Year takes pride in his community. His project aided the sustainability of the Blackland Prairie ecosystem by planting native Texas grasses and dispersing 3,800 wildflower seed balls under the guidance of Texas master naturalist Bob Mione, a member of BSA Troop 577. He is from Dallas, Texas. Please welcome the 2025 Eagle Scout of the Year, Oliver Burke.
To start off, there's nothing else that I could say but thank you. The American Legion has had such a powerful impact on my life, and I truly couldn't thank y'all enough. Now, patriotism has always been important to me. My grandfather is a Korean War, Vietnam War, and Cold War veteran. He retired as a colonel in the Air Force after serving for 26 years. My other grandfather served in the Army, called up just before the Bay of Pigs. I've grown up on the stories and lessons that they have learned in their time in the service to this country. It has instilled in me a love for this great nation. I joined Scouts in the first grade, and over the years, I came to love and appreciate this country even more by the day. The patriotism of Scouting, the lessons it teaches our young men and women to honor and revere our country, to serve others, and to give our flag and our veterans the respect they deserve, well, that's the most important part. Boy Scouts and the American Legion are very similar in this way. What's so special about the American Legion is that it's a community organization based on service, where people who have already given so much to this country can come together to give even more to their community. I first came in contact with the American Legion with Texas Boys State, where I served in the Texas House of Representatives, finding solutions to the problems of today with boys from all across Texas. When I was offered the chance to come back as a counselor, I jumped on the opportunity, and I could not be happier that I did. Mentoring and seeing young men grow and change over the course of a single week was astounding, and I can't wait to return back next year. From Boy Scouts to Boys State to Be the One, the impact that the American Legion has had on its community and on America as a whole is irreplaceable. Now, this American Legion Scholarship is helping to fund my education to Southern Methodist University, where I am studying mechanical engineering and art on the pre-med track. I plan to attend medical school, designing and implementing integrated prosthetics for amputee patients and veterans, and continuing on the American Legion's legacy and giving back to my community, helping to change the lives of others. Thank you again for this incredible honor.
Our National Oratorical Youth Champion hails from Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Her prepared oration titled, "The Constitution in the Digital Age," helped her earn first place in this year's National High School Oratorical Competition program. She was sponsored by American Legion Post 202 in Tennessee. She will be attending Vanderbilt University to major in Communication of Science, Technology, and Law. Please welcome your American Legion 2025 National Oratorical Contest winner, Gina Harjani.
Good morning, distinguished guests and members of the American Legion. My journey with the American Legion began at Girl State, where I learned what civic responsibility, constitutional rights, and active participation in our democracy truly mean. The oratorical contest allowed me to go beyond the classroom civics class to do my research. For my prepared speech, I chose to talk about the Constitution in the digital age. While researching for my speech, I realized that technology isn't just around us. It is a part of everything we do, often in ways we hardly notice. Sometimes we don't even think twice before clicking yes or accept when on a digital agreement, not realizing that we might be giving up pieces of our privacy or our freedom. Those small clicks have big consequences. Winning the American Legion Oratorical Contest was a transformative experience for me. It made me ask, how can I use this platform and my voice to defend not just the words of the Constitution, but the people it protects, both offline and online? Which is why I started the ACCEPT initiative, which stands for Advocacy for Constitutional, Civic, and Ethical Protection in Technology. My goal is simple but urgent. Make sure our constitutional rights are just as strong online as they are offline. Technology should empower us, not endanger our freedoms. We must learn about technology, understand its impact, and act with both wisdom and vigilance to protect our values in this new digital age. Thank you to the Tennessee American Legion and all of those who supported me. Thank you to the American Legion for inspiring me and for leading in civic education and digital rights. And thank you to everyone here for believing in the power of our words, our Constitution, and most importantly, our shared future. Thank you, and God bless America.
Our Sporter Junior Shooting Sports Champion is from Monroe, Georgia. Sponsored by Post 64 and Walton County 4-H, she shot 2,350 out of 2,400. Please welcome our American Legion 2025 Sporter Shooting Champion, Bethany Shirley.
Good morning. It's truly an honor to be here today. I had the privilege of representing Post 64 at this year's Junior Shooting Sports National Finals. I'm incredibly proud and humbled to have earned the title of Sporter Class National Champion. This championship isn't just a personal achievement. It reflects the unwavering support of my coaches, my family, my local 4-H club, and especially the entire American Legion family. I carry this title with pride, knowing who I represent. To all the veterans here, thank you for your service. You've shown us the true meaning of dedication, sacrifice, and honor. It's because of your commitment that programs like this exist. Competing at Hillsdale College was an unforgettable experience. I'm proud to represent Post 64 and deeply grateful for the support of Walton County and the 4-H program. Their encouragement helped bring me here and shaped who I am. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you to the American Legion, the Sons of the American Legion, the American Legion Auxiliary, and the Junior Shooting Sports Program. Through your program and generous scholarship, you've invested in my future, and I will never forget it. Thank you, God bless you all, and may God bless America.
Let me begin by thanking the American Legion, the Sons of the American Legion Auxiliary, the American Legion Department of Georgia, and my home post, Dexter Allen, Post 90. I also want to thank my parents, coaches, teammates, and fellow competitors who have supported me and helped me grow throughout this journey. The American Legion's youth programs and scholarships have made a real difference in my life. In a sport that commands focus, consistency, and discipline, the values the Legion stands for bring in deeper purposes: patriotism, service, and leadership. They are not just spoken about, they are part of the experience. From the opening ceremony to the final shot, you're surrounded by reminders of what the Legion does for youth and veterans. Everyone leaves with a greater appreciation, not just for the sport, but for the people and ideals that support it. This competition brings together some of the most talented athletes in the nation. And while we all push ourselves to do our best, what stands out the most is the bonds between athletes. You're surrounded by people who share your goals and discipline, and we learn from each other, form friendships, and find encouragement even in the tough moments. My first time attending a competition, I struggled. But 2 years later, I came back to give it my all and do the best I could. Whether it's an athlete's first time or they're returning with more experience, there is always an opportunity to grow. This fall, I will be attending the University of Nebraska-Lincoln to study mechanical engineering. I plan to pursue a career in the aerospace engineering focused on spaceflight research and development of systems that expand our ability to explore, helping us uncover insights that shape future exploration and deepen our understanding of what lies beyond Earth. Thank you again for supporting programs that challenge us, guide us, and give us a place to grow.
Our 79th Boys Nation president is from Headland, Alabama, and was sponsored by Bradley Keller Post, 119 in Abbeville, Alabama. He is a senior at Headland High School. He inched his presidential victory from his opponent in the debates that focused on issues of the economy, national security, education, healthcare, crime, and the nation's drug policy. Please welcome your American Legion Boys Nation President, Luke Lawson.
Good morning, American Legion. To all of the delegates that sit in this room before me, I would like to express the extreme gratitude that I have for you. But first, I'd like to hear it from my Alabama delegation. It is an honor to stand before you today. The son of a Korean immigrant and a school bus mechanic stands before you today as the 79th American Legion Boys Nation President and the 88th Alabama Boys State Governor. To my post, Bradley Keller, Post 119, my family back home, my brothers at Boys State and Boys Nation, and my boys back home in Headland, Alabama. I could not be prouder to serve in this role. You know, we met in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, 100 of us. 100 young men who shared one vision for this country, and that was unity. Unity that was met with bipartisanship. Through our legislation, through the values that we hold dear to ourselves, and for the idea that we have for this country. You know, in America, we're faced with this constant crucible of partisanship. Bitter partisanship that eats at the very roots of who we are as a nation. But I can tell you with great confidence that that crucible was met by 100 young men in our nation's capital. 100 young men that set the precedent for the body that governs in Washington, D.C., for the body that governs in the White House. We showed that we are ready to lead the forefront for this nation. We are ready for the change, and we are ready to meet policy. We are ready to meet ideals and values with bipartisanship to get the job done, because we see too much in this day and time that values that lean too far to the right or too far to the left are not values at all. They are signs of ununity, signs of breakage, signs of pure, bitter partisanship. And we cannot let that continue to waver. We have to meet with consensusship. We have to meet with bipartisanship. That was the message that I ran on. You know, I saw people from all different walks of life. I met people from all different walks of life. From incomes as little as $16,000 a year and as great as $500,000 a year. Family incomes. But again, we all shared one vision. You know, I reminded my fellow Boys Nation senators that if you ever feel apathetic about the way that our nation governs, or the way that we are as a country, the way that the Senate operates, the House operates, or the legislation that we pass, remember that the last two words in American are I can. So look at yourself and say you can and you will. No dream, no aspiration, no hope, or no place is too high in this nation. We, as a generation, are more than blessed to set that precedent, and we could not have done it without you. We could not have done it without the leadership and the example that you set for us, the scholarships that you award, and the very vision that you have in our generation. That is something that I am forever grateful for, and a debt that I live forever in. So, to the American Legion, to the auxiliary, to all of the great directors of these programs, I say thank you. Because in this nation, we see that it is a nation that is much gratitude is expressed throughout many walks of life. There are people who go and fight to preserve democracy, and some that will never come home. I see in this crowd a great group of people who believe in our generation, who believe in the very values that we express. So for that, I say thank you. God bless America, God bless our troops, and thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 American Legion Youth Champions.
most important missions of the American Legion is the mentoring and teaching of young people. By emphasizing the rights and responsibilities of citizenship through their many youth programs, you are fulfilling one of the 4 pillars and continuing a legacy. I feel this group of young people epitomize the future of this great country. Give it up for your American Legion youth champions.
Our next awards exemplify the best of military volunteerism. The American Legion Spirit of Service Awards are given to men and women of the armed forces for their contributions to their communities and fellow citizens above and beyond the call of duty. Assisting National Commander Lacourciere in presenting the awards are Army Deputy Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Joseph A. Ryan and Medal of Honor recipient Dwight Birdwell. Please rise as the commander leads us in rendering appropriate honors to Mr. Birdwell. Our first Spirit of Service Award recipient is stationed at Fort Irwin, California, where he volunteered hundreds of hours of service to numerous causes such as the Wrightwood Veterans Day event, the Wrightwood Community Cleanup, and removing debris from a local home that was devastated by a fire. He plans to continue his volunteerism at his next duty station. Representing the United States Army, please welcome Spirit of Service Award recipient, Specialist Willie J. Roebling.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Specialist Roebling, and I am a Black Horse Trooper. I'd like to start by saying that I am thankful to God for all the opportunities He gives us all. I am honored to be here attending this American Legion event, and thankful to be a small part of the Fort Irwin volunteering community. I have to name drop Lieutenant Deaver for giving me all these opportunities and being able to see you all. Met quite a few fine people out here today. I wouldn't be up here if it wasn't for the volunteer program. I'm not even gonna lie, it just got me off base. Thank you.
Our next American Legion 2025 Spirit of Service Award recipient epitomizes Navy excellence. Trained as a hospital corpsman, his work as a dive medical technician was crucial in supporting dozens of operations which contributed to the mission of the U.S. Special Operations Command. He has won numerous honors for his leadership and expertise. Please welcome Hospital Corpsman 2nd Class Alexander B. Craig.
Good morning, American Legion. I'd like to thank you for having us down here this week. It's a huge honor, and we're very grateful to represent the Navy in the different branches. Number one, I'd like to thank God for giving me the opportunity to have the talents and abilities to serve this great country. Number two, I'd like to thank my wife and my family for always being there to support me no matter what. And number three, I'd like to thank the amazing veterans that are here before us today. For all of you who've gone before, carried the torch, and who are passing it on to us, we will hold the line. Thank you, and God bless America.
In addition to her duties as a United States Marine, our next Spirit of Service recipient has amassed more than 600 hours of off-duty volunteer service. Trained in air traffic control, she has earned designations as a tower flight data and on-the-job training instructor. She has also been nominated for the Military Outstanding Service Volunteer Medal. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Corporal Jessica T. Nagel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored to accept this award. The Marine Corps has taught me that leadership is not just about rank. It's about helping others, standing up when needed, and leaving things better than when you found them. Volunteering in my community has been an extension of that. Whether it's coaching youth swim, training my Marines in the deep, teaching Japanese children English, or helping the Macoun House Animal Shelter dogs ready for adoption, each act reinforces why I wear this uniform every day. I would also like to thank those that came before me. I'd like to thank the Air Traffic Control Facility leadership, especially Major Kate Herron and Master Sergeant Jason Carey, as well as my own crew leadership, especially Staff Sergeant Brendan Gibbs and Staff Sergeant Matthew McClatt, for their guidance to become the best version of myself. To my fellow Marines, this is for you as well. Hoorah! Crew 2, you are my driving inspiration. Lock in, sign on, and push 10. Lastly, and most importantly, I'd like to thank my family. I am privileged to have my parents attending this momentous occasion with me. I've been stationed overseas for the last 3 years, and I get to see them tonight. They taught me to always give back first. In my childhood, we spent countless family hours giving back to the community, and those values will always hold true in my heart. Thank you again for this incredible honor. American Legion, everything that you do, you remind us that even after we take off the uniform, our duty to serve never ends. It is a lifelong commitment. I will continue to uphold the values of leadership, service, and commitment with this award. Thank you very much. Semper Fidelis.
Our Coast Guard recipient has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to community service, assisting youth and families throughout the Portland, Oregon area. He has become a trusted mentor to nearly 100 middle and high school students and helped distribute more than 1,500 presents to over 200 families through Operation House of Gifts. Please welcome Petty Officer 3rd Class James Saley.
Distinguished members of the American Legion and honored guests, good morning. It is a tremendous honor to stand before you today to be recognized by the American Legion, an organization built on courage, sacrifice, and lifelong service. First and foremost, I want to give all glory and honor to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Without him, none of this would be possible. I also want to express my deep appreciation to my superior officers who selected me to represent the Coast Guard as this year's recipient. To the Rose Church and Rose Youth, and to my pastors Andrew Damasio, Jeremy Tyler, and Roxanne Tyler, thank you for encouraging me to live out my faith through action. And finally, to the American Legion, thank you for this incredible honor. This award is a reminder of the values we all strive for. That is duty, selflessness, and community. I accept this award with deep humility and gratitude. Jesus said in Matthew chapter 23 that the greatest among you shall be your servant. I submit to you today that true greatness is not found in power or in status, but is found through service. St. Augustine once said, "What does love look like? It has hands to help others, it has feet to hasten the poor and needy, it has eyes to see misery and want, and it has ears to hear the sighs and sorrows of men. That is what love looks like." These words remind me that it's not about just what we did, it's about how we loved. To serve is to love, and when we serve with compassion, humility, and grace, we reflect something greater than ourselves. I submit to you today that this world would be a better place if we served one another. Because in choosing to serve, we choose unity over division, indifference, compassion over indifference, and love over fear. Service has the power to heal, to build, and to reflect the very best of who we are called to be image bearers of Christ Jesus, the one who first served us. In closing, to the American Legion, thank you once more for this humbling recognition. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Our next award winner was selected by the Air National Guard for her efforts as a church volunteer on international dental missions to Mexico and India. She has also supported her command's 2024 Family Day blood drive and contributed to a mission in Guyana, which provided support for 15 emergency and 14 vascular surgery patients across 2 hospitals. Please give a warm round of applause to Staff Sergeant Lindsay Neubauer of the Air National Guard.
Good morning. First and foremost, I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Apart from him, I can do nothing, but with him, I can do all things. Every time I've said yes to his plan and direction, I've had the best adventure. And it's amazing to see what he has brought from the past to the present as we are here today, and the purpose that he has for us to carry into the future. In the Air Force, we have 3 core values: integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all that we do. Today, the American Legion has brought us all here to celebrate the armed services with the focus, with the core value of service. It unites us and helps us to support our families and create a better future for our fellow countrymen as well. I'd like to thank the American Legion, the Ladies Auxiliary, the Sons of the American Legion, for what you do, for your support and service, that you are continuously on duty for your country, veterans, and current military that are serving. I'd like to say a special thank you to Post 300 from San Antonio, Texas. Thank you for allowing me to represent you, and thank you for making Post 300 my home. Whenever you have an accomplishment, there are the people that are sitting next to you to support you and encourage you in that endeavor, and they too deserve recognition. So I'd like to thank my family, my friends who have supported me in my military career. Special thank you to my parents, my brothers,
my sister-in-law, my nephew, and my gaggle of nieces, with a big thank you for my dad being here today, retired Commander Neubauer. Thank you for your support. Along with my family, I'd like to thank my Air Force family from the 433rd ASTS from JBSA Lackland. Special thank you to Senior Master Sergeant Nagel for your support with this award. Finally, I'd like to congratulate all my constituents for what they have achieved. Let us continue to lead the way and show others how to lead the way. Aim high, fly, fight, win. Thank you.
Our next Spirit of Service winner is the founder and executive director of the nonprofit organization Beacon, Be the One to Light the Way, which provides necessities to people with housing or food insecurities. She dedicates more than 1,000 hours annually to help those who are less fortunate. Representing the United States Air Force, please welcome Staff Sergeant Cheyenne T. Smith. Cheyenne is not in uniform as she is currently being commissioned.
Good morning. First, I want to say thank you to everyone who's made this possible. I wouldn't be standing here today if it weren't for this organization and for the leaders who took the time to recognize my efforts. I am deeply humbled to share this stage with some of the most selfless and giving people across our Department of Defense. Thank you for what you do every single day. To me, being a United States Airman is more than defending our nation against enemies, foreign and domestic. It's also about defending our communities, standing with them in times of hardship, and helping them break cycles that can impact generations. Service doesn't end when we take off the uniform. It carries into our neighborhoods, our families, and our future. When we serve others, we don't just strengthen the bases and our units, we strengthen the very fabric of our nation. That is why I'm proud to serve. And that's why I believe the best way to honor the uniform is to use it to change lives. Service is our duty, but impact is our legacy. Thank you.
Giving back is of utmost importance to our next recipient who dedicates time with his church each week to teach children. In addition, he also takes care of the homeless by crafting and handing out care packages and activated Lines of Effort, a support program for junior enlisted personnel. He serves under the Space-Based Delta III Commander, representing the United States Space Force. Please welcome Sergeant Melvin R. Smith II.
Well, by my count, you've all said good morning 10 times now, so I'll just say howdy. I'm extremely honored to receive this award, and I like to believe that God puts me in the right place at the right time, so I have to thank Him and my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Every single member on this stage behind me has dedicated hundreds, if not thousands, of personal hours bettering their community. And now we get the chance to celebrate that. These members you see behind me will not always be the ones to lead the charge. In the future, new leaders will arise and will take our place. But I want to point out that you don't have to be a military member to be a hero. Anyone can step up and make the one small decision that can cascade into a series of selfless acts to encourage and inspire. So let me leave you with this. You sow a thought, you reap an action. You sow an action, you reap a habit. You sow a habit, you reap a character. You sow a character, you reap a destiny. Semper Supra.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, please show your appreciation to the 2025 American Legion Spirit of Service Award winners.
At this time, let's all please rise and welcome to the lectern our Medal of Honor recipient.
Thank you. Very kind of you to have me here today. I want to tell you first that the man who raised me was a man who served in World War I. He was proud of the fact that he was a teamster, which meant that he controlled mules and horses and things like that, drove a wagon. He was a proud member of the American Legion, and I grew up reading the magazines that he received on a regular basis, and they were a part of my formative years. I recently became a member of Post 30 of the American Legion in Lincoln, North Carolina. So I'm one of you now. Thank you. I've got to make a couple of observations about moving into the sunset of my life. I sure appreciate my youth, and I wish I could go back, but it's not possible. But two things stand out about growing older. In the past, when I was doing 55 in a 70 zone, I was amazed at all the young people who passed and gave me what I thought was the #1 symbol. Until I had my son with me one day, and he told me, no, it's something else, Dad, and you know what it is. The other thing is, when I was a young man, very young man, I spent a lot of money drinking adult beverages so that I could stumble and fall and make a fool of myself. Now that I'm, as I said, going into the sunset of my life, I find that happening again without those beverages. So the lesson is, save your money. If you live to be 77 or older, it'll come naturally. I was awarded the Medal of Honor by President Biden in July of 2022. And in receiving that medal, I did so with a thought that it really wasn't for me. I'm just a custodian. It appropriately belongs to the men who did not make it that day, who were KIA, the men seriously wounded, and their families. Again, I'm only a custodian. I heard someone say long ago that I'm not a hero, but I served with some and I knew some. And that description appropriately fits me. When I did go to the White House to meet with President Biden and receive the Medal of Honor, he took me into a side office, and I met his wife. He met my family, and I've got to confess to you, you may be wasting your time today because he signed 2 documents. One was a certificate awarding me the Medal of Honor. The other was a narrative of the events of that day. And he started out reading the narrative, and he got about a third of the way through, and he just stopped and looked at me. And he said, "Are you crazy?" And I said, "Nothing." He started reading again, got about 3/4 of the way through, and said, "Absolutely, you are crazy." And I told him at that point, I've heard that before. So you're sitting here today listening probably to the only person who's ever been proclaimed or declared to be crazy by the President of the United States of America. I grew up on the Cherokee Reservation. I had a friend who told me about a connection that he had with a member of the Plains tribes. And in the early days, there was no written history, just oral tradition. And what he told me was that that Plains tribe emphasized that all their warriors performed an important job. Even the person who held the horses during dismounted raids performed an important task. I have a friend who served with me in Vietnam. His job was keeping all the radios operating and other communications gear. He does not like to come to these events because he feels like because he failed to be on the line constantly, he didn't perform an important task. I have told him the same thing I learned about the oral tradition of this Plains tribe. Every job in the military is important. No matter what you do, whether you were on the line or in base camp performing a function, it was important. So be proud of your service. And the families of those who served, be proud of your service member. There's nothing like serving the United States of America. And I want to thank you and simply say, by the grace of God, a boy who started out on the Cherokee Reservation, am I here today. Thank you.
A lot of the Cherokee men had served in World War II and served in Korea. I wanted to go to Vietnam as soon as my training was completed. They said, there is a squad of VC breaking into the wire at Tan Son Nhut. You need to go down and put an end to it. There were only about 60 of us that went down in those two platoons, but instead of a squad, say 6 or 7 or 10 North Vietnamese, we encountered over 2,000. You know, I saw his helicopter coming in and I just thought to myself, what is going on? This is like out of a movie.
Dwight, I know that you are already a member of the American Legion Post 30 in North Carolina, but at this time here, it's my honor to present you with a diamond lapel pin, and also, well, we just gave you a chance to speak before the whole delegation, but I also want to present you with my medallion, and from my heart to yours, I sincerely thank you. I thank you for everything, sir.
Thank you.
The Distinguished Service Medal is the highest award given by the American Legion. It requires the approval of the National Executive Committee. This year marks the 250th anniversaries of the United States Army, the United States Navy, and the United States Marine Corps. I am an Air Force veteran, but I still have the deepest respect for these three outstanding military branches. They are truly deserving of this honor. After I present this award, on behalf of all of you, I will formally introduce our guest speaker. But first, he is here to accept this well-deserved medal as a representative of the United States Army, Lieutenant General Ryan. Please allow me to present this Distinguished Service Medal to the greatest Army on the planet.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. What a morning. It's inspiring to see all these great people up here and to see so many of our youth, young men and women from across America that are just really, really incredible in what they choose to do and where they choose to serve and how they choose to serve. And I'm personally inspired and very humbled to be up here. Thanks also to Scotty Hasting, our great musician and veteran. What an inspiring story from him as well. Mr. James LeCourcier, and to Mr. Dwight Birdwell, our Medal of Honor awardee. I'm incredibly humbled to be up here today with sharing this stage with you on behalf of the United States Army. That's right. That's right. So Secretary Dan Driscoll and Chief of Staff of the Army, General Randy George, wish they could be here, of course. I got the honor to represent them here today, along with Sergeant Major of the Army, Michael Weimer, as well. I humbly accept the American Legion's Distinguished Service Medal. This award is a testament to the enduring partnership between the American Legion and the United States Army, a partnership forged in service, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to our nation's values for more than 100 years. I would like to offer my personal thanks as well, again, to Mr. Dwight Birdwell. We have a personal connection, and we met upon his receipt of the Medal of Honor in 2022 at the White House, and I was honored to be able to attend that ceremony because I commanded the Army's 25th Infantry Division at Schofield Barracks, Hawaii. Mr. Dwight Birdwell was a member of that division when he received the Medal of Honor and performed the actions that led to his Medal of Honor awarding at Tan Son Nhut in 3rd Squadron, 4th Cavalry Regiment of the 25th Infantry Division. Of course, interestingly, the division based in Hawaii from its founding in 1941, Mr. Dwight Birdwell had never visited the island of Oahu in Hawaii until after receiving the medal, and it wasn't until afterward that we invited him out to Schofield Barracks to spend some time with us and to share his inspirational stories with us. This is a time period of my command that I'll never forget, and it's just, again, sir, very much an honor to share this stage with you today. Let's give Mr. Dwight Birdwell, please, another round of applause. To the American Legion, its leadership, and its members across the country, thank you for bestowing the Distinguished Service Medal upon the United States Army in this year of our 250th birthday. This recognition reflects our shared enduring values and acknowledges the sacrifices of millions of soldiers who've served our nation with courage and resolve. It serves as a powerful reminder of the trust and respect that the American Legion places in our institution. Your recognition fuels our resolve to continue serving with faithfulness, knowing that we have the support of an organization as dedicated as yours. On doors and in offices across the Pentagon, there are stickers that read, quote, "Soldier for Life." I can think of no other organization that embodies that message better than the American Legion. The programs you foster provide tangible and life-changing support to soldiers, veterans, and their families. Operation Comfort Warriors brings hope to wounded, injured, and ill soldiers recovering in military hospitals and in transition units. The Family Support Network addresses the needs of soldiers' families during challenging times of deployment, conflict, and stress. The, quote, Be the One initiative addresses the urgent issue of veteran suicide. And the Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Program is a commitment to ensuring that soldiers and veterans receive the health care, benefits, and the support that they have duly earned. These programs demonstrate the American Legion's unwavering commitment to soldiers and their families and provide a sense of belonging by reminding us, all of us soldiers and veterans, that they are part of a community that values their service. In accepting this Distinguished Service Medal, I am aware of the responsibility it carries. It is a symbol of the American Legion's faith in the United States Army and its soldiers in the year of our 250th birthday. It strengthens our resolve to serve with the same dedication that you exemplify for the next 2.5 centuries and beyond. Thank you for this extraordinary honor, for your transformative programs, and for standing with and for our soldiers for well over a century. This will defend. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the USA 250 Challenge. In this quick tutorial, we'll show you how to track your activity units, whether you're logging miles or hours. It's easy to stay on top of your progress. Start by visiting the Challenge fundraising site, the USA 250 Challenge fundraising site, and go ahead and log in. Once you've logged in, you want to go to your initial icon in the upper right-hand corner and click on My Account. From My Account, you'll be viewing this page, and you want to click on My Participants. From here, you will see a list of names, and you want to choose your name associated with the USA 250 Challenge. And in that same line, you could also click on the 3 vertical dots and go to View Dashboard. I'm going to click on my name, and it brings me to my dashboard. Once I'm on the dashboard, I can see all the people that have contributed to my account. I can also view my fundraising page, and most importantly, I can log my miles. If I click on Log Miles, it opens up my ability to log all the miles associated with my account. Once I entered all the miles, they will show up in my account. That's it. You're now tracking your impact in the USA 250 Challenge. 1 step, 1 hour, 1 active service at a time. Let's make every moment count. Thank you. We hope this helps.
Forward! March!
The Battle of Bunker Hill has been commemorated for a couple of centuries, but the modern iteration of the commemoration was begun 70 years ago by Bunker Hill Post, again, the American Legion. The members of the post have always been part of it. I'm short since 1919. I've been a member of the American Legion, Bunker Hill Post, number 26 in Charlestown, Massachusetts, for 55 years. My earliest memories of my life and the commemoration celebration is early on the morning of the parade, which was always held on June 17th, no matter what day of the week it was.
Father God, we thank you today that we can gather to remember and honor this momentous and historic moment in our neighborhood's history.
The parade went right by my house. My job in the household was to bring the chairs out to the curb so the family could sit and watch the parade. That affected my whole life.
Unselfish devotion to his community, to his country, and to humanity have led veterans through all ages since, an inspiring example. May his memory be a blessing.
I think it's very important that the Post gets recognized for being a part of these events, because it's very important to the community and to veterans who are not part of the American Legion.
Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, on this very special day, I wanted to represent the American Legion of Veterans of Charlestown to introduce the Orator for the Battle of Bunker Hill's 250th commemoration. Please join me in welcoming home Charlestown's own Brigadier General Ralph Rizzo, United States General.
The spirit of those who fought in 1775 lives on today in every soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine who continue to wear the cloth of this nation. So today, as we look up at the monument that pierces the sky behind me, let us not see it only as a stone obelisk, but as a promise that we will never forget where we come from. God bless the United States. Semper Fidelis.
When I first retired from the military and became an educator, part of my responsibilities were to take on one of our after-school teams. The one that was available was marksmanship, or junior shooting sports. The existing club was really small. It was more of a recreational club. So we transformed it from more of a rec club to a competitive team. We reached out to our local post, American Legion Post 90 in Cape Coral, Florida. It's really formed this incredible partnership. We have veterans from the Legion come to our practices. They mentor the kids. They've helped sponsor with funding. Coaching youth wasn't really our issue. It was, what are some creative ways to teach shooting sports? So we got some of that experience from the Legion. Our mission is to motivate young people to be better citizens. They start being able to see a longer-term vision of themselves.
We all are definitely like a very big family. Both our coaches are like our second parents for us, and they just all make us feel so welcome. And the sport has helped me so much by just getting out of my comfort zone. It's really helped me to learn how to calm myself down and just help with my stress and my anxiety a lot.
The life skills that you get just from kind of just shooting and learning the fundamentals itself, like you learn patience, heartbeat control, which can help you in different situations. And then also just, it's a good group of kids to be around, a good group of adults. You get to meet people you never thought you'd meet. American Legion Post 90 does help us directly, especially at our school. We're a big JRTC school, but also just for marksmanship in general. We have had veterans come in for our senior matches and do color guards for us.
I really love like going out and just being hands-on with things and taking charge, and that's what the American Legion gives us a chance to do.
And then it's also so great to see so many veterans that like want to come together to see young people thrive at a competition like this. It's great to see that there's still people out there in the world that want to see the youth develop, because it means that still people care and want to see us reach higher goals than we've already achieved.
It definitely gives us a sense of people are still believing in us.
The Legion, particularly Post 90, their why is very self-evident. They're all about investing in the youth. So that's their motive, is just to be that extra part of these kids' village as they build up and get ready to be our future.
So this is our annual volunteer event that every year at National Convention we have a project to give back to the city that we're being hosted in, so that we can make sure that we left the place better than we found it.
It's really great to see the volunteers come out here. We volunteer our time as well, the post members. We come out here at least once a year, clean the stones, but it's really great to have people that are specialized and can show other people how to straighten out the stones as they are today, and lift them back and make them look beautiful again, and kind of spruce the cemetery back up.
We are cleaning headstones here. We had a solution of chlorine and water to clean them off. They're also digging up some headstones and straightening them out because they were crooked, and just replacing flags and placing pennies on each of the gravestones.
We're right at the corner of Dow Mabry, almost in Kennedy, which is a very busy intersection. And what I find unique is even people from Tampa that are down here, they don't almost realize it's here because it's kind of elevated from the street and you don't really see it. So every time I talk to people, I'm like, hey, you know, you guys can stop by. There's a veteran cemetery right in the heart of Tampa. And we could, we could use all the love and attention that we could get. As you can see, Florida is not really kind to us. It's very hot. So, the more people we have out here, the less time we have to spend out here as a whole. And we really appreciate you all guys coming by.
So this is Private Frank Marston. He was a member of the 1st Illinois Infantry during the Spanish-American War. Very interesting about him, and what I believe happened is I think that after his service, he moved back down to Tampa after his time training and living here, because there was a lot of waiting time in Tampa before being shipped over. So that's what's really cool about him. I love his story. Definitely one of the more interesting ones, and definitely one of the older ones in our cemetery as well.
I think it's really important just to give back to the city that we're coming to and show the community that we are out here for the good of the community.
This is one of the few Legion cemeteries that I'm aware of. I'm not really aware of any others. So it's really important that we hold on to that legacy and keep that family alive. Our post is, strengthen the family, strengthen membership. So we're all about working together, the Legion, the Auxiliary, the Sons, and keeping our cemetery alive and keeping it in our hands and as caretakers.
America's naval service began during the American Revolution when the Centennial Congress authorized a few small ships creating the United States Navy on October 13th, 1775. The United States Navy has always met all challenges. From those early days of naval service, certain bedrock principles have carried on through today. They are honor, courage, and commitment. I say this about all of our branches, but there is no doubt that America has the greatest Navy. Representing the United States Navy in receiving its well-deserved Distinguished Service Medal is Rear Admiral Robert Nowakowski, Deputy Commander of Naval Education and Training Command.
Go Navy! There we go. They said they're running, they got some extra time for me to speak. I have about 30 minutes, right? Just kidding. No, I've got about 4 minutes. Wow, thank you guys. What an impressive crowd. I came in walked down from the West End and saw a lot of people coming in here this morning, and I wasn't realizing how big it was. So, wow, it's amazing to be here. Thank you. Good morning to the entire American Legion team, our honored award recipients and friends. I'm so honored to accept this Distinguished Service Medal. On behalf of the United States Navy and its more than 610,000 active duty and reserve sailors and civilians stationed around the globe, again, thank you very much. Your recognition to our Navy, the military services, and each Spirit of Service awardee speaks volumes about our commitment to honoring the sacrifices and achievements of America's military, and we are profoundly grateful. I'm also thankful for the work done each day by the American Legion, now in its 106th year of service. Thank you for your fierce advocacy of American patriotism and our military and veteran community. Also, thank you for honoring our past, serving in our present, and investing in our future. And speaking of enduring legacies, I accept this award in an especially meaningful moment as we are just weeks away from celebrating the Navy's 250th birthday. America is, and always has been, a maritime nation. For 250 years, our Navy has sailed the globe in defense of freedom. Because the seas are the lifeblood of the economy, our national security, and our way of life, your Navy is operating around the world and around the clock, promoting prosperity and security and deterring aggression. Our track record is so strong that many Americans cannot recall a time when they feared a naval threat. Operating far from home, we keep danger away from our shores. Today and every day, you'll find nearly 100 ships and submarines and aircraft, abundance of them, deployed and underway globally, providing U.S. leaders with peaceful leverage and diplomatic options always more effective than conflict. Being there matters. And when called upon, our Navy will persevere and make sure that we have peace, respond in the crises, and win decisively when war occurs. And that starts with the hundreds of thousands of skilled, highly trained, and combat-ready warfighters that make up our United States Navy. As Deputy Commander of Naval Education and Training Command, I see firsthand how important it is that we have the right people equipped with the most critical skills, trained and ready to defend our way of life, and defeat those who threaten it. Strong teams succeed. Investing in our Navy and supporting the Navy family is a down payment on America's security for tomorrow. That's why I'm so grateful for the work of our American Legion team. Honoring service and strengthening communities sustains that pathway to potential, not just for sailors, but for all Americans. Your support, your advocacy, and your recognition fuel the morale of our sailors and the strength of our Navy, ensuring that the next 250 years of service remain as steadfast as our first. Thank you very much, and it's an honor to be here. Go Navy.
It's amazing, and nowadays anything lasts 100 years and is structurally run as American Legion baseball. You know, at Minnewaska or Glenwood Lowry, we take great pride in our Legion post being able to come forward with donations for us each year, allowing us to play. It's very big in our communities, and just being a part of American Legion baseball is something we preach, the importance of this program. So our kids glad they look forward to it. They stay back, they play with their home team all summer long, and it's an amazing program to be a part of, and we treasure our opportunity to play American Legion baseball. It's not sunk in yet, but I think our players will realize what they've accomplished when they get back to Minnesota and get everybody that is so proud of them.
An important leader in our American Legion family this past year comes from an actual American Legion family, the son of Department of New Mexico Adjutant Tony Navarrete and American Legion Auxiliary past National President Rita Navarrete. Our next speaker is a charter member of Otero Garcia Navarrete Squadron 72 in Albuquerque. He has served in every level of the Sons of the American Legion. He and his wife, Loretta, share a family of 7 children and 8 grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, the immediate past national commander of the Sons of the American Legion, my dear friend, Joseph Navarrete.
Good morning, national officers, distinguished guests, and members of our great American Legion family. It is an honor to stand before you here in Tampa Bay. It has been a year of travel, of service, an unwavering commitment to the 4 pillars of our organization. From the most solemn grounds of our nation to the vibrant heart of our local communities, we have carried the banner of the Sons of the American Legion. Our first and most sacred duty is to honor those who have served and sacrificed. We remember the enduring legacy of heroes like Chaplain George Fox, one of the 4 chaplains whose selfless act is the cornerstone of our values. We were there in our national's capital for the historic dedication of the World War I Memorial, ensuring 4.7 million Americans who served in the Great War are never forgotten. We participated in solemn remembrances at Pearl Harbor, and we gathered for our annual Washington Conference, where we had a profound honor of laying wreaths at the tomb of the unknown soldier and our nation's most sacred memorials. On Memorial Day, we returned to Washington, D.C., not for a holiday, but for a holy day, to pay respects to ensure the meaning of that day was never lost. Our solemn vow to leave no one behind is powerfully embodied in the work that the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, or DPA. We wholeheartedly support their tireless global mission to recover and identify our nation's hero, providing answers to families who have waited decades for closure. The DPA's unwavering commitment ensures our country keeps its promise, and we are proud to champion their sacred work. But our strength is not just in national ceremonies, it is forged in the heart of America and in our detachments and in our squadrons. Our service extends into the very homes where our veterans are cared for. Our squadrons are on the ground, providing comfort items, hosting meals, and most importantly, giving the gift of their time. This hands-on support is a vital part of our mission, a direct lifeline that shows our heroes that they are respected, remembered, and never alone. As we honor the past and serve the present, we must always be building the future. We do this by championing our youth and promoting 100% Americanism. We have strengthened the bonds of our entire Legion family and showcased the critical Be the One initiative to a massive audience, a mission to end veteran suicide that we all must embrace. Your sons have set the bar. By having over 214,000 members taking the pledge, we are showing our commitment to this vital endeavor. I would like to recognize the detachments in the Department of Alabama, Rhode Island, and Wisconsin for having a 100% membership in their pledges. Thank you very much. Your sons continue to do what we do best. In total, the Sons donated over $111,000 this weekend alone, and over $12 million to various Legion programs combined throughout the year. We all know this mission is not just about money, it's about making a real difference in the lives of those who have sacrificed for us. As Sons of the American Legion, we stand firm in that commitment, and I know we will continue to rise to meet the challenges ahead. Brothers and sisters, it has been a remarkable year. From coast to coast, we have demonstrated what it means to be a son of the American Legion. We have honored our heroes, served our communities, and invested in our future. While our convention has just completed, I hope you all have an amazing convention this week, and we all become re-energized, rededicated, and the timeless principles that guide us. I would like to take a quick moment of personal privilege and recognize the Department, Auxiliary, Sons, and Riders of New Mexico for all their unwavering support throughout the year. I would also like to take a moment to thank my aide, my brother. He's the best aide that anybody could ask for. I love you. To my father, Dad, without you, I wouldn't have the opportunity to be standing here today. Thank you. And my mother watching online, we're headed home now. Thank you for allowing me to address you this morning, and thank you for your service and everything you do. And always remember, todo es posible con Dios y familia. Everything is possible with God and family. Thank you.
Years ago this week, as American Legion family members left our national convention in Honolulu, Hawaii, many of them returned to homes that were severely damaged or about to be destroyed by Hurricane Katrina. They weren't alone. Millions were impacted on the Gulf Coast by what even today remains the most destructive natural disaster in the United States history. During Katrina and many hurricanes, floods, tornadoes, and wildfire since, the American Legion family has provided crucial financial support, supplies, relief, and shelter to those in need. Past National Commander William Detweiler of New Orleans inspired many in the American Legion family when he said, quote, "We will prevail," unquote, during an unforgettable address to the National Executive Committee. The September issue of the American Legion magazine revisits many of these inspirational stories. If you have not seen that issue yet, it should be waiting for you when you return home safely. Please turn your attention to the monitor as we reflect on those lost and on those who responded to the horrific disasters known as Katrina and Hurricane Rina, which quickly followed.
In 2005, when Hurricane Katrina first, we got notice that it was coming, I was staying at Camp Shelby, Mississippi. We were deploying with the 11th AFCRAD, heading over for our first tour. Well, we went home that Saturday, and it was already chaos. Everybody trying to get stuff together, get prepared. Well, it hit that Monday, and it was just total destruction. The house that I grew up in was picked up and floated. We had 21 feet of water.
We were watching it on TV as we saw water inundate the city, and it took even a while for the government to figure out it wasn't from the rain, it was from breaks in the levee. And 80% of the city, by the time I got there on Wednesday morning, I was underwater. I got into Camp Shelby, Mississippi on Tuesday, and then Wednesday morning I flew into New Orleans on a Navy helicopter.
We was looking at it through the satellite or whatever, however we was seeing it, but we could see everything, you know. the casinos getting tore up, it was just like, it was devastating. That's like, we needed to be home. But, you know, we was serving our country.
I was in the Anbar province of Iraq in Fob Dogwood, which is forward operating base. I had no communication with my family because all the cell phones, as well as back then it was mostly landline phones, were down, and the cell phone towers were down. But we knew it was very bad, and we saw reports that what was just complete devastation across the Gulf Coast, and the amount of water that was coming in, I knew I needed to eventually get back home.
We get into Camp Shelby after basically taking a chainsaw and cutting our way there. And all this time, we were supposed to be finishing up everything for deployment. Well, then we get word that your orders are being changed, you're going on Title 10 orders, and going to be staying back doing hurricane relief. Everything was wiped away. It was just, that was really tough. Trying to do what I know I need to do with my family, but also doing my job. Because you're trying to squeeze everything in together. And it's just, there was no good outlet, I guess you could say.
In a major disaster, many times the first criticism goes to the first responders, but you got to remember the first responders, they're survivors too. And then the hidden heroes in this is neighbors saving neighbors. Because most of the lives that were put on high ground or got to buses, they didn't get there necessarily by first responders. They got there by neighbors helping neighbors.
I took the responsibility on as commander to rebuild the post and to operate the post like it should be. And I took it as a responsibility to get it rebuilt so that the not only the legionnaires that were here and hurting and suffering would have a place to go, but also to aid the community. The American Legion post, of course, was destroyed, had about 7 foot of water through it, and had it to contend with, plus 2 destroyed homes. So it was a pretty busy time for my wife and I both.
We're evacuating people out of New Orleans because with any turn in the hurricane, the infrastructure is so weak, we want to get people out of the city that want to leave now, voluntary evacuation.
The dialysis center here in town had been contacted that there in the Superdome, they had several people who needed dialysis, but the dialysis centers in New Orleans were flooded or overworked. And these poor people, they were coming from the Superdome and the shelters in New Orleans. They literally had the clothes on their back. We don't have showers, we didn't have laundry. We were able to buy at Walmart blow-up mattresses, and the blow-up mattresses is what we put out on the floor and got sheets and everything.
2 weeks later, we're at Katrina. We've done the search and rescue. We're getting ready to redeploy the Navy ships that are in the port, and here comes Hurricane Rita.
The worst night was Rita, and we had 95 people in here that night. And like I said, it was awful loud that night. There was a lot of stuff blowing around.
After the convention, I had a couple of days at home before I was heading to Indianapolis. And it was when I was at home that I received a call saying, hey, this is really bad stuff. Katrina come in and just wiped out Legion posts and houses and members, and everything's in trouble. And so the first discussion we had is the National Emergency Fund. How are we going to help these veterans and our members?
After the American Legion got involved and got the word out, we started getting donations from posts, literally California, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, New York, And that's what saved us. Like I say, the post was in kind of financial straits, but all of those post donations and the big one from the grant from the Legion, from National, is what saved us there during that month.
In the American Legion response, our membership across the country was just incredible. They donated truckloads of supplies, truckloads of food, thousands and thousands of dollars, and along with the National Emergency Fund to just instantly help. And it was such a united effort. I was so proud of the Legion for our members doing that.
The national headquarters really came through. I can't say enough about it, how it helped.
That is something I was very thankful for. Getting that grant gave us the cash on hand to get the necessities that we needed at the time. Now, I won't forget the sounds. I won't forget the smells and the sights. You know, but the one thing it does, you see the resiliency of people. You see what they can do and what they can get through. So if we can get through that, I feel like we can get through anything.
William Detweiler wasn't just our national commander. He was a true champion for veterans and a great role model for our youth. A gifted attorney and a community leader in New Orleans, past National Commander Detweiler was a friend to many of us here. He was a major force in the creation of the National World War II Museum, and his presence is felt throughout that magnificent place of tribute. The museum is a living monument, which continues to educate the youth of our grateful nation and everybody else as well about the sacrifices made by our greatest generation. It is the epitome of two of our pillars, veterans and children. With all due respect to our wonderful public address announcer, I'm going to read this next award citation myself. This is for the first annual Past National Commander William M. Detweiler Excellence Award. The Past National Commander William M. Detweiler Excellence Award, presented by the American Legion Veterans and Children Foundation to American Legion Writers, Department of Maryland, for the program year 2023-2024. In recognition of its outstanding support to the American Legion Veterans and Children's Foundation and designation as the #1 department in total contributions received in support of the American Legion's Children and Youth and Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Programs. Signed, Vincent M. Gaughan, President, dedicated to serving veterans and their children. Congratulations, Maryland Writers. Born in Philadelphia's Tun Tavern on November 10th, 1775, the United States Marine Corps has a proud and honorable history. Semper Fidelis, always faithful, is a motto of this legendary fighting force. Admiral Chester Nimitz was referring to Marines at Iwo Jima when he said, "Uncommon valor is a common virtue." Keep it down. He could just as easily have been speaking of other Marines in other battles, in other wars. It is my honor to present this Distinguished Service Medal to the United States Marine Corps, represented today by the Deputy Commander of Marine Corps Central Command, Major General Joseph Clairfield.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you for everything that you do. I accept this award on behalf of General Smith, the Commandant of the Marine Corps. You have a great Tampa Day, and Semper Fidelis.
This is American Legion Baseball.
Holla, why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. You waiting on the boy to fail, then hold your breath and face your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise here, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team close. Let's go! When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again. Tell them, we already know that we the coldest. Watch me heat it up, let me focus. I'm going toe to toe with foes, I know they notice. I kick in doors, they only hope for closing. Why? Cause they know I go again and go again. And when they get it right, I'm the one that can make it flow again. Talk to me nice, my team is ready to go again. Running in the us, we gladly see you wanna be up. We don't talk, gotta know the grind gon' match my woe. I'm a cheat code, I don't take no loss. Making no sense, run up the scope. I'ma always win.
Welcome to the 98th American Legion World Series.
You came home from a foreign land with wounds no one could see. It didn't matter to you, though. It was all for the land of the free. You were willing to write a check that none of us could repay, but that check was signed in blood that bleeds inside you every day. The days are short, but the nights are long, reliving what you've seen. You think no one will understand you. There's no one on who you can lean. But your brothers and sisters are out here, reaching for your hand. They know the things you've seen in that hostile land. To pull you from the darkness where the demons live. With love and hope and help, they all just want to give. Live to fight another day, 1 hour at a time. A life lived without you here is a tragedy and crime. You were trained to fight the enemy, but not on your own. We've got your back, we're on your six. You are not alone.
Be the One hit me hard. For my department commander's homecoming, I had a speech all prepared, and I woke up that morning and found out one of the people I had served with overseas had taken his life, and he was a 6th one, so I completely went off the cuff and changed my speech that night to more tailored to be the one. And then recently, my stepbrother took his life. So it's hard and heavy for me.
My brother-in-law, Stephen, was an Army veteran, and he took his life on February 26th. He was a member here just the first year. My husband's just signed him up, and he was so proud to be a member of the American Legion. We've had the training. We were talking to him. We were doing all the things that we were trained to do. and we couldn't save him. So it's very, very close to home for us. It's a very personal labor of love for us in my home and in our community, because Stephen was from here and it affected a lot of people. We need for everybody to be trained and be able to see those flags that we're trained to see, not just for our veterans, but just to be better with everybody that's around us. There's so much struggle in our communities with mental health, from veterans to children and teens. And we just need to be trained and understand to look for those signs.
And the more people we can get it out to, the better, because it's not just about veterans. It's about your family member or the guy across the street from you. You know, we need to check on people no matter who it is, but especially be aware of the veterans.
I went in the Marine Corps right out of high school, like I said. Coming home at 19 years, not 20, I had a severe accident, training accident. And on a Saturday morning for about 45 minutes, I found myself very challenged and not wanting to be here. Now, I'm not the type of personality you would think that, but it doesn't just take a certain personality. Not only does this affect veterans, it affects everyone. Everything in our network of family, everything in our Legion family, we all struggle with different things. And it's how you cope with that. You're never alone. The American Legion is family. We take care of one another. Be the one to change a life. Be the one to save a life. It takes an aggressive posture. You have to force it out of people to talk. I've had over 200 of family members come to me within the American Legion family that's attempted suicide and lived to tell about it. Do not be afraid. You will find when you engage them, they will come to you for help. The American Legion over 100 years is about veterans and their family. You can see that in this room. You can feel that in this room. If I could have a big group hug, I'd do it. Because it makes you feel good about being part of the family. It's very important that you understand when you come to these events, whether you be auxiliary, a rider, SAL, or a Legionnaire, there's one thing we have in common. It's called family. It is what we're all about. It's about the support of mom and dad when your son goes to boot camp. It's about celebrating that event. It's about celebrating what we have today. All these things we carry, they're like an anchor in our lives. Your health, finances, everything that we worry about in life. On any minute, you can have a weak moment. I'll leave you with this. The most important story is your story. I've been a service officer for the last 10 years. I've dealt with some amazing stories. I've dealt with people that, quite frankly, 11 of them over the last 16 months did not want to live on the other side of the phone. You better be prepared to communicate. That's why we're training over 65,000 this year on what to say and do and not be afraid of it. We're all here. We're here for each other. I've become lifelong friends with these people here. We are here for you. All of us here, there's something going on, but sometimes it's not about that. Sometimes you just need to talk to someone.
It is a real privilege and honor for me to introduce a woman who has a passion for serving veterans and their families. A member of American Legion Auxiliary, Unit 250 in Kansas, she was elected to lead the nation's largest veterans auxiliary. She is eligible through the military service of her father, John M. Brusati, and her grandfather, Edmund S. Lindbergh, both of them World War II veterans. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the National President of the American Legion Auxiliary, Trish Ward.
Thank you, and Commander Jim, it's been amazing. I'm so happy to be here to speak to my American Legion family. You know, when I spoke to the Sons a few days ago, I thought, you know, I better get with this gig here, and I'm going to write my comments. I'm going to get prepared. And I started reading those comments, and I decided it just really didn't sound like me. And maybe it's better if I just speak from the heart. So before I deliver my closing comments to the American Legion family here, I must ask for a point of personal privilege. Is David Heredia from Maryland somewhere in the audience? David? Well, I hope he's there somewhere, and I'm just going to tell you all, I really do not remember the discussion with David going 100 miles an hour on the back of his motorcycle in the fast lane on I-95 with the riders. Now, he said it was only 75, but I was looking at the speedometer when I opened my eyes, which was not very often, and it was pretty much more than 75. So I want to thank David for getting me here safely, but that ride with the American Legion Riders was absolutely one of the highlights of my year as national president. Thank you to the riders. This really is probably one of the final times that I have an opportunity to speak to the American Legion family here in Tampa Bay. I'm concluding convention in just a couple of doors down, and they're getting started with Constitution and bylaws. So I was thinking maybe I could hang out here for a while. But I want to thank you all for your kindness and graciousness as I traveled this country. I visited all 52 of our American Legion departments. We're 52 with District of Columbia and Puerto Rico. Traveled to 6 countries, met so many of our members, and it was absolutely amazing. I spoke to you all about things that are very important to our American Legion family, and I want to conclude my comments with them one more time with the hope that there's a takeaway. I believe in all my heart that the 4 true statements are where our American Legion family should focus as we do our work in our communities. True statement number 1, small town America is struggling. I don't really know why. I mean, maybe the train doesn't go through town anymore, or they sold the paper mill to China or whatever. But when small town America struggles, we struggle. And I mentioned this statistic as I traveled. Over the past 10 years, the American Legion Auxiliary has surrendered the charter of 2,100 little units, 2,100. And I know the Legion does not want to lose their posts, and the Sons don't want to lose their squadrons. And I don't know about your department, but there used to be an American Legion post in every little town in Kansas, and not so much anymore. I don't want to lose any more units. And I have good news and I have bad news, and I'm going to tell you the bad news first. At the NEC meeting on Saturday morning, we surrendered the charter of 99 more American Legion Auxiliary units. But here's the good news. We chartered and rechartered more this year than we did last year, and that's a really good bright spot. So yes, let's keep rechartering our posts, squadrons, and units. True statement number 2, leadership capacity is dwindling, and we need those leaders. You know, when I moved to Kansas from California, think about that for a minute, Los Angeles, California to Lewisburg, Kansas, and yes, whatever you're thinking is correct. And my little unit said, would you be unit president? And I said, of course I will. Because I believe that stepping up into leadership roles is so important for this organization, and we need more leaders and we need more experienced leaders. And when I had a conversation and a briefing with Brigadier General Adrienne Williams at Ramstein, she reminded me never, ever underestimate the value of the art of leadership, attitude, respect, and trust. And I will take that with me for the rest of my life. Our 3rd true statement is this. Membership is aging and churning. Churning is just a big fancy word like inculcate, and all it means is leaving. And we can't lose any of our members. I'm an analyst by trade. Now, well, I retired, so now in about 24 hours, I'm about to be unemployed. So, however, here's some statistics that I know. The American Legion Auxiliary triggered 7,402 members deceased since August 1st of 2024. But we signed up over 51,000 new members and rejoins. So if that math is correct, 51,000 minus 7, we should be about 43,000 members ahead of where we were last year, right? Unfortunately not. So we all know it's that retention bucket, And we're about 2,400 members down from where we were last year at this time. But we got to keep signing those new members up, because I have a secret to tell you all, and you all know what that is. We're a membership organization. Go tell everyone. And please, let's grow this organization bigger, brighter, and better than it's ever been before. I would do anything for the American Legion and the American Legion family, and I want to see us grow. The last true statement is that some of the infrastructure of some of our little posts is weakening, and I've seen people like you do amazing things. If you wouldn't bring your children and grandchildren to the post, then that's a problem, because we were built as a family-friendly organization. And I want to see us stay family-friendly, because I see what we do for our children and our youth at an amazing time at American Legion Baseball. It was so much fun with Commander Jim and Joseph, and we just had a great time. The team, the Americanism team, you do so much. Boys Nation, it was just such an honor to be with those young men and see the work that you do. And I can tell you, the question that I get asked pretty regularly is, are you ready? Of course I'm ready. This was always only a one-year experience, and I never expected anything more. I believe in leadership, and leadership is about getting the next set of leaders ready to go with strength and support. As far as the leading the way administration is concerned, we're going to lead the way and conclude with dignity and grace, and then we're going to get the 25-26 team off and running, and it's going to be awesome. Commander Jim, you are the brother I always wanted and finally got. You and Joseph, I got two of them. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Connecticut, Team LaCourcier, who made me feel so welcome every time I saw him. Thank you, thank you, thank you, American Legion, for electing one of the finest men I've ever known to lead you in this administration. Thank you.
You know my sense of humor, too, and how you got to have fun. I always say we do so much serious work and we have fun. Am I correct? All right. Well, and you know I have that bad ear, so sometimes I don't hear things clearly. But I also know that you love the peanuts.
I do.
Well, the Charlie Brown peanuts. You just fill everybody in. But because of my trick ear, I thought you said... Peanuts. No, you got it.
Yeah.
If you can zoom the camera and we'll share the token. All right, anyways, there you got the peanuts getting on the other side.
The peanuts get... So, why do I love peanuts? Charles M. Schultz said, be yourself. Nobody can tell you you're doing it wrong.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call American Legion Writers Chairman Mark Clark to the podium for a presentation. After the video, those presenting checks to either Veterans Children's Foundation or the Legacy Fund will please proceed to the microphone, announce the amount and donor, and go to the front on the floor for a photograph. While the photographs are being taken, I will ask National Vice Commander Roger Matheson to assume duties at the lectern.
Thank you, Commander. Thank you, sir. All right, let's roll. Well, good morning. If you have not yet started to move back to line up, we're going to ask you to do that now and kind of move with a purpose, because like the American Legion Riders are most of the time, we are ahead of schedule. And so we're going to ask you to do that now. So to our National Commander LaCourcier, our distinguished national officers, both past and present, our dedicated headquarters staff, especially those in the Internal Affairs Division who are true partners with the American Legion Riders, our staff, our guests, and our fellow Legion family members, on behalf of the 130,000 American Legion Riders around the country, I bring you greetings. For the past 6 years, I have had the privilege and honor of serving as the national chairman of the American Legion Riders, and on behalf of my home department of Missouri, I would like to extend a greetings to you and thank my department for sharing me all of these years. This is my 12th year on the National American Legion Riders Committee and 6th year as its chairman. And I can tell you that there's no harder working group of people, no more generous group of people in our American Legion family than the rider community. And I can't tell you how proud I am to stand up here and have the opportunity to represent them all. Due to health issues this year in our home, I was unable to lead the National Legacy Run, but I did ask two incredibly talented Legionnaires to do that for us this year. Ken Nadeau from the Department of New Mexico and my longtime Assistant Chief Road Captain David Heredia from the Department of Maryland took on the responsibility to lead this year's ride. And shout out to Maryland for their record fundraising that earned the Detweiler Award. Congratulations to them. So, David was the department commander this past year. And for those of you that have worn that hat like I have, you know how incredibly busy they are. So for David to have the opportunity to do that, to accept that challenge, to step into that role once again, really speaks highly of his character and commitment to our program. So thank you, David, for that extra work I piled on you this year. For those that are new to our national convention, the National Legacy Run is the largest cross-country motorcycle ride of its kind. We are the largest veterans cross-country motorcycle ride, riding for a purpose anywhere in the country. We're also the single largest media event that the American Legion has all year. So if you have not yet gone onto social media and searched #LegacyRun2025, I encourage you to do so. You will see some amazing videos and posts from our riders along the route. You'll also have the opportunity, if you go to the National American Legion Facebook page and to the riders page, you'll see some amazing videos that our media teams that traveled with us have posted this year. So I just encourage you to go take a look at that. Because we are a rolling billboard for the American Legion, and we take great pride in representing the best of us to all of the communities that we ride through. One of the things we challenge our riders to be is to be good neighbors when we're on this ride, to recognize that we are guests in communities, to try to be a disruption in those communities, and to welcome the hospitality of the communities along the route. And they have done that again this year, and I was awfully proud of that. So the Legacy Run is much more than a once-a-year event. It serves as a catalyst for fundraising in the American Legion Riders community all year long in our departments. And that provides us a unifying cause for us to grab onto as a group and to believe in and to ride for. And we believe in the Veteran and Children Foundation because that's a foundation that changes and saves lives. And we're awfully honored to have the opportunity to represent the VCF again here this year. This is our second year riding for that challenge and running for that foundation, and we are exceptionally proud to be a partner with VCF. So I like to tell people, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful of anyone else, but I truly believe in my heart that the American Legion Riders are the most dynamic fundraising apparatus that the American Legion has ever known. And we're proud of that. We're proud to be making a difference. And today you're going to see what I mean whenever they come up here and begin to present their donations. This year we had the privilege to have our National Commander Jim LaCourcier Jr., our National Auxiliary President Trish Ward, as you heard, and our SAL National Commander Joseph Navarrete to be part of our run. Having our national officer participate is a real thrill for our riders, and we always appreciate them sharing time with us in what is a very busy time of year for them. We extend a sincere thank you to all of them for making this year's ride a special one. Lots of pictures of them out there with us. I encourage you to go find them and look at them. This year's National Legacy Run traversed 5 states, covered just over 815 miles, starting at Post 8 in South Boston, Virginia, and ending at Wesley Chapel, Harley-Davidson in Lutz, Florida. We left South Boston with 315 motorcycles and 360 riders on board, lined up for more than 5 miles behind Lucky and David. It was a sight to see. We averaged 275 motorcycles and 325 riders per day during the run. It's one of the largest runs we've had. In fact, the largest run we've had since 2019. So for those of you that participated, thank you for that. I worked this year's run from the back in my car on the radio, helping David coordinate activities at the back, and it was a sight to see. I mean, we would hit those rolling hills, and as far as you could see ahead of us was nothing but motorcycles. It was an amazing thing to see. So if you've never seen one, you're going to enjoy the video. This year's run was one of the hottest we've ever had to manage. I mean, it was forever god-awful hot on that ride. And for those of you that are out here in the audience that rode, you'll know us because we've got the goofy tans. Just ask them about how hot it was. They'll tell you it was ridiculous. But we managed it well, and we got them all here safely. We enjoyed some unique stops on this year's run, such as the Fayetteville Woodpeckers game, where National Commander LeCourcier threw out the first pitch, and our road guard team brought the mascot, the biggest pecker you've ever seen, onto the field. And in true American Legion riders form, we made sure that we hollered, and I know most of our riders are lined up back there, but I will tell you that we enjoyed saying, "Go Peckers!" Nothing quite like cheering on a team called the Peckers. Every hat that had Peckers on it got bought from the store. They ran out of them. Yeah, you had to be there to appreciate it. We also stopped at the World War II battleship USS North Carolina, where we laid a wreath in honor of those who have given the last full measure of devotion in service to our nation. We gave the riders the opportunity to explore the USS Yorktown in Charleston, South Carolina, and honored our nation's POWs and MIAs at the National POW MIA Memorial and Museum in Jacksonville, Florida. Why is it important that we do that? On a very hot ride, why is it important that we pause? And it's because every story deserves to be told. Every veteran's name deserves to be remembered. And every opportunity that we can take to honor them as the largest veterans organization on the planet, the American Legion Riders take that opportunity. Again, I encourage you to go look at those videos because there's nothing quite like 300 motorcycles rolling into the parking lot in front of a World War II battleship. It's an amazing thing to see. We ended this year's run, this legacy run, with $411,630 collected on the run, including large donations from the Department of Maryland and Virginia. I'll let them tell you how much they donated when they come up. We also, for the first time, used peer-to-peer fundraising online, which at the time of this writing had raised $17,049 for a total of $428,679 collected so far. I would like to thank everyone who supported us this year and all those that rode with us. It was a privilege to be with you again this year, and I look forward to seeing all of you next year. I would also like to thank my wife, Linda, of 46 years. She is here with me today. She has always supported everything I've ever wanted to do. During my 30-year military career, she was a dutiful wife. She raised our children. She allowed me to be mission-focused. And she's done the same for the last 16 years during my activities in the American Legion. So, baby, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate all you do for me. Thanks for sharing me with all these folks. I appreciate it. Serving as the national chairman demands a great deal of my time, but it's something that I have enjoyed. So for all of those who have supported me this past 6 years, all of the ride leadership who has accepted the challenge I've asked of them every year, and all of the people over all of the departments who have made me look better than I am, I just want to say thank you. It's been a true privilege to serve you and to ride with you. We will now show you a short video with highlights of this year's Legacy Run, and then we will accept donations from departments who wish to present their donation to National Commander LeCourcier. After they have presented their donation, they will step down for photographs with the commander. So if you have not yet lined up and you just come into the hall, it is not too late. Get to the back, get in line, and let's do our thing. Now we'll show the video.
Riding for a cause. We're giving hope to those who are in need. our mission of Be the One.
For the veterans and children, that's my heart right there. Those are my brothers and sisters. We all raised our right hand, we all gave the oath, and guess what? We never had an expiration date.
Veterans helping out veterans, and when we hear those dollar amounts, it makes this ride worth it.
I mean, it's an awesome thing. Everybody out here should be very proud of what we're doing.
I'm just trying to give back. That's what it's all about. And this is a great cause.
We send America's sons and daughters off to fight in our nation's wars. Some of them are never to return. As time passes, the communities they came from can often forget. But as a veteran community, we can never forget. And salute! So as we stand here and we think about what this memorial means, and the thousands still unaccounted for from our nation's wars, there is a significance to this moment.
It is so important for our children to be aware and to be knowledgeable about our military system. It just means so much for our children to see veterans, their family members participate in such a meaningful activity.
It's good to see the kids out there, and they'll remember, hopefully, the event where all these motorcycles rolled through their neighborhood or school.
So we just felt it was the right thing to do, just to show up as many people as we can to support them for the sacrifices that they're making to raise the money for this event.
And it was also amazing to see the community out and about supporting us at every stop we made.
Seeing people on roadways coming out and waving and playing, and people beeping or truckers stopping, it's just so inspirational.
And when we sit back and when we work as a family and we talk as a family and we break bread as a family, there's so much that we can accomplish, and they display that 24/7.
Well, as department commander, I felt it was, an honor to be a part of this National Legacy Ride. I am a Navy veteran, and to me, it's about what we do. It's not just being the American Legion, it's being what we do, who we are, and this is one of those wonderful moments that we get to do as riders and share our journey with everybody around us.
Comrades in arms will always find something in common. And that brings us together. And that's why we're here. And that's why we do what we do.
It takes a lot of commitment and a dedication to the principles that they believe in, which is what the Riders and the Legion family is all about.
And the American Legion Riders are such an important part of the American Legion family. I wouldn't miss this ride for anything. They do so much good for so many people and raise a great amount of money to help our Veterans and Children's Foundation.
The relationships that we build here from day one, I mean, it's a lifetime. I mean, there's people I met 4 years ago that we talk on a, almost a monthly basis.
I was the assistant road captain for Lima flight, and so I didn't realize how much I would really like my flight, and then it just brings you back to that military vibe, and I really liked it. And I didn't realize how much I missed it because it's been a long time.
This is my 4th ride this year, and I've been tail gunner on K for 3 years. So I keep coming back. It's just camaraderie and being with everybody. I fly over 24 hours to get here to be with the family.
I want to make sure you understand what we're here for. For those of you who came on this ride expecting family, I think we built it. For those of you who came on this ride expecting to help veterans, we're raising money to do just that with the Veteran and Children Foundation. Are we not?
$54,000.
In the American Legion, we are family. If we work together and continue to work as one, there's nothing that we cannot accomplish as advocates and champions of hope for those we serve.
Our next guest earned a bachelor's and master's in accounting from the University of Florida and a law degree from Florida's College of Law. She has served as a law professor, an assistant United States attorney, a circuit court judge, and attorney general for the state of Florida. Earlier this year, she was appointed to the United States Senate after her predecessor, Marco Rubio, was appointed Secretary of State. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable United States Senator from Florida, Ashley Moody.
Well, good morning to the Legion. Welcome to the great free state of Florida. Hey, you know, I love seeing all the different state names around the room. But you know, in Florida, over 1 million veterans, we're delivering. I would say Florida's winning. Florida's winning. We're gonna keep on winning. I think we're leading the nation now in net in-migration. So any of y'all that wanna become Florida residents, we would be glad to have you. And I am so proud, as one of the newest United States senators. I am 99, by the way, out of 100, number 99. I am so proud to welcome you to my home county in Florida. Welcome to the National Convention. It is such an honor to have you here, and I appreciated the kind, warm introduction, but I really would like to tell you, I am here not only as your number 99 U.S. Senator to welcome you, but as someone whose oldest boy in our family is a member of the United States Army right now, active duty. Welcome! Really appreciate you inviting me to join you. We are also now, as of last weekend, thanks to Lady Lake Post 347, we won the National Color Guard Championship right out of Florida. We're so proud of them. It was our first time winning. And so they'll be back, I believe, as the official color guard next year for the National Convention. But honoring our veterans, not only here in Florida, but across the nation, is something we should all do, every American citizen. And I pledge to you as the 99 United States Senator, you are top of my mind. And I consider it a great honor to fight alongside you for so many of the issues that are important to you. You're already seeing President Trump deliver on so many promises that he made, and Congress is helping him do that to restore the strength of our military, protect our homeland, restore patriotism and an understanding of civics to our children across the nation, respect our flag. You might have seen that announcement yesterday. All of these things are so important to this group, and I want you to know they are important to me, and they are important to us in the United States Senate. I was proud to be here today, not only to talk about what I've already been doing to support veteran rehabilitation and re-entry and protecting educational benefits for our veterans that are leaving service, but what we will do in the future. Because this country is what it is. It is the most successful nation on this planet because of people like you, not just because of that day that you swore the oath and decided to serve and showed up voluntarily, or even those of you that answered the call when there was a draft. It is because of the things in which you stand for and your heart and your compassion and your loyalty to all of those things that make this country great after your active duty service. And the Legion helps facilitate you going out and reminding us your loyalty, your commitment, the priorities that you hold in your life serve as an example to all of us of courage, service, integrity, and commitment to a free people living under a rule of law. And an understanding that the only reason that is possible is because of people like you. So I am here indeed, yes, to say thank you and welcome to the great state of Florida, but I am also here to say, keep it up. Everything that you do, coming to these conventions, giving of your personal time, making sure you're interacting with the young people of today to make sure they go on and follow in your footsteps, that is just as important. So I would ask you to keep that work up. Allow us to fight on your behalf and for those same principles in Washington. And if you feel called, if you feel the continued call of service, step up in your own communities and states in this nation and run for office. Because we need people like you of character and commitment and courage and compassion that understand what made this country great to go on and continue to lead the United States of America. So welcome to Tampa, welcome to Florida. May God bless you and may God continue to bless our great country. Thank you so much.
Where were we? Yeah. All right, it's time for us to accept our donations. So the American Legion Riders will now present donations to National Commander LaCourcier Jr.
This year on the Legacy Run, you get to run into some stories. As a chief road captain this year, we had one. His name was Ralph, and he was from James Island. He was a homeless vet living in the parking lot where we had to get everything organized. He wanted to donate too. So he ran back to his car and he tore the emblem off of his car, said he wanted to give. So in the name of Ralph from James Island, South Carolina, $300. We'll raffle it again next year.
From Mississippi's small but mighty inaugural Legacy Run and all our Legion families, on behalf of past Department Commander David Benson, I present a check for $10,155.
From the great state of Texas, the Lone Star State, we proudly present a check for $47,177. Thank you.
I'm Todd McKinley, Department Commander of the great volunteer state of Tennessee, and on behalf of many Legionnaires across the state, we are happy to present a check for $9,300 to a worthy cause. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, guys.
Good morning. I'm Carl Moon, the delegation chair from Minnesota, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our Legion Rider Director, Scotty Hasting.
Good morning. On behalf of the American Legion family in the state of Minnesota and our Walker American Legion Rider chapter that led our run this year, we are donating $11,000, and we blame Sully for that.
Awesome. Thank you. And just so you know, Minnesota, the ALR in Minnesota was the first department in the nation to reach $1 million donated. They have done an amazing job over their lifespan as an American Legion Rider program.
Michael Gratian from the Rhode Island State chapter of the American Legion Riders. From our small but mighty chapter, a check for $500 for the VCF.
Thanks, brother.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Lindsay. I am standing here from Arizona. I have with me 3 past department commanders, Mike Simon, Steve Squirrel, Manny Beltran, and my predecessor, Gerard Brinkman. We are donating a check to VCF for $32,948.10.
On behalf of the great state of Iowa, the American Legion Riders, the American Legion Sons of the American Legion, and the Auxiliary, as well as individuals and separate businesses across the state, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commander, we bring a checks for $21,675.
There we go. Great job, guys. We're just pitching with the boss. All right, thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks for all you do.
On behalf of the great state of Alabama, as the commander, Road Tide, the commander, and our adjutant, we're here on behalf of all the members of the American Legion family, as well as our riders, donating $8,535. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander. So much. We appreciate it.
Good morning, Legion family. I'm Gomez, Vice Commander for the Department of New Mexico and Post Commander for Secundino Baldonado, American Legion Post 81 in Belen, New Mexico. I am proud to announce that my Post 81 donates $750. My Unit 81 donates $750. My Squadron 81 donates $750. My Post Chapter Riders 25 donate $750. And we work with our local charities as well. Moose Lodge 1680 donated $750. And the Combat Vets Motorcycle Association 47-3 donates $800 for a total of $4,550 adding to our New Mexico donations. Thank you all. Be the one.
So for the first time, on behalf of our Legionnaires, our auxiliary, our riders, and our general family members, the great state of Louisiana would like to donate to the Legacy Run $7,000.
I will not talk that fast. From the great state of Florida, Commander Jessica Moore, Larry Roberts, and I am A&EC Gambler. We have $1,500 from Post 69 and $500 from
Post 303.
Post 303. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you, Gambler. How you doing, sir? Good, Dennis. How are you, man? Good to see you guys. Follow on in here. Get up here. Let me get out your way. This is your moment.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dennis Owens, the commander of the Department of France. Number 1, the birthplace of the American Legion. We represent Denmark down to Italy and Dublin, Ireland to Athens, Greece. We've got 12 nations and China and also 2 posts in Thailand. It's the most massive footprint of any department that we have of our 55. One of the smaller ones also. Department of France is proud to donate $2,500.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Richard, with the boss. Follow that young lady right there.
I'm Jeff Carson, Commander of China Post 1, the only American Legion post in exile since 1948. On behalf of the Dragon Riders of China Post, we donate $8,000.
Woo! Fantastic.
In addition to that, I just want to add too, it was kind of quick the last day of the ride. We gave our donation just because we had a total of 10 China Dragon Riders that were with us on this year's ride. So we wanted to we
when we closed out our books in June, we raised an additional $1,601 that we presented the morning up in Jacksonville before we departed on the last leg. So that brings the total for China Post $9,601 that we donated to the Veterans Children's Foundation this year. Thank you, Mark.
On behalf of the great state of Wisconsin, home of the Green Bay Packers, Wisconsin Riders and Wisconsin Legionnaires give $1,237.
Awesome, thank you.
As a proud Legion Rider, my name is Steve Thomas. I'm the department commander as well, and the great state of Oklahoma has $6,000 for VCF.
Woo! That's awesome. We appreciate that. You guys get your picture with the boss. Take a picture.
I'm Dan Cooper from the Department of Michigan, the founding state and the founding chapter for the American Legion Riders. Today we're making a donation of $20,210.98.
Thanks, guys. Get your picture with the boss now. Brett, how are you? Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it.
Brett Holt, alternate National Executive Committeeman for Michigan, and I have with me Leo Cowdery and James Ellis. We have a $3,000 donation for the Veteran and Children Foundation.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Hey, my name is Joe Gamone, and this is on behalf of John Robertson, our department commander, and the Utah delegation. The men and women of the Great Beehive State of Utah, we are contributing $740 to the 1919 Foundation. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Bob St. Pierre, Media Pass Commander from the Live Free or Die state of New Hampshire. We are going to give $1,000 to VCF. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
From the great state of Alaska, this will be our second donation from Joseph T. Craig, Post 3, Susitna Valley, Post 35, and North Pole, Post 30, $3,250.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Get your picture with the boss.
On behalf of the great Department of South Carolina, I'm Jim Hawk, the NE Seaman. We'd like to recognize our American Legion Riders behind us for a donation of $77,179.57. In addition to that, Veterans and Children Foundation, we'd like to add $6,789.64 for a grand total of $83,969.21.
Good morning. I'm Joe Lampert, the delegation chairman for the Department of Illinois. And with me, we have our department commander, Roy Smith, and our Legion Riders chairman, John Reese. With money that was donated on the Legacy Run and money collected during our in-state Legacy Run, we are proud to make a donation of $29,000 to the Veterans and Children's Foundation. And we also turned in a check for $12,121 for Be the One. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it very much. Get your picture with the boss now. Follow that young lady right there.
Aloha, I'm Fran Riddell from the Department of Hawaii. I'm the outgoing president for the
for FOD Paul, the foreign and outlying departments and posts of the American Legion. With me here is Bill Scheck. He is the incoming president from Latin America. On behalf of all of our members, I have a check for $1,000 for VCF.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it very much. Appreciate it very much.
From the Empire State, New York, in the home of the Buffalo Bills, I am Keith Koster, head of the delegation for New York. With me today is John Meek, our commander for the Department of New York, and our National Executive Committee member, Timothy Van Batten. We donate to the Legacy Fund, $2,948.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Love, commander of the Pennsylvania Department. With me, I have our NEC and our department adjutant, and we're proudly donating a check for $5,500 in addition to what was already donated on the ride.
Fantastic.
Good morning from the Department of New Jersey. My name is Burley Hanna Jr. I'm the NEC. And here with me is outgoing past Department Commander Andy Jackson. And
along with the funds that we've had donated already for the VCF, we are donating another $1,500.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Every dollar counts, and we appreciate it very much.
Good morning. I'm Delegation Chair Honor Watley from the great state of Ohio. With me today, First Vice Commander Gary Cox, Second Vice Commander Holly Lewis, Adjutant John Robinson. We proudly support the VFC with a check for $10,000.
Good morning. I'm John Buckwalter. I'm chairman of the Missouri delegation. With me is our Legion Rider of the Year for the department, Cecil Gooden. And we are proud to donate $38,495.25.
Thanks, guys.
Well, good morning. I'm Angela Evans, the delegation chair from the great state of Kansas. And with our American Legion Riders, we are so proud to donate $17,750.
I'm Paul Sanford, a past National Vice Commander, and on behalf of the American Legion National Vice Commanders Club, we present $1,000 to Veteran and Children Foundation.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that.
Are you all right? Okay. Good morning. Debbie Prophet, Secretary and Treasurer for the ALR Department of California. With me today, I have Department Commander David Brambilla, Junior Past Department Commander Nick Rosa, current Department National Executive Committeeman Jerry Romano, ALR State Service Officer J.D. Bennett, and Director of Chapter 716, Art Odom. We also have today our California Legacy Run mascot, Lil Cash, and our Chapter 716 mascot, Ryder. And the California Legacy Run and the California Legion family are happy to donate $43,392 to the Veterans and Children's Foundation.
Kevin Niles from the great state of California. I'm representing District 24 of California and Ronald Reagan Palisades Post 283. We are donating $10,000 to the Children and Youth Foundation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Banks, delegation chairman from the beautiful natural state of Arkansas. And the department is donating $1,000 to the Veteran and Children's Youth Foundation.
Thank you so much. Great to see you.
My name is John Arias. I'm from the Department of Nebraska, Chapter 53 out of Grand Island. This is my 6th year in doing legacy runs across Nebraska. Today I'm presenting a check for $1,720. And a funny story about the $20. We had pulled into O'Neill, Nebraska to refuel, and this elderly couple pulled up and she says, "Are you guys Hell's Angels?" I said, "No, ma'am." So I explained what we did, and while we're riding, she slaps her husband and says, "Give him some money." So that's why we have the $20. But a total for this year's legacy run from the state of Nebraska is $3,800.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Make sure to put on this Nebraska products. We appreciate it.
Scott Miller, John Ivins Post 42, Grand Canyon, Arizona, $500 for Veterans Children's Fund.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it very much. No, we appreciate
I'm Tammy Ho from the great state of Delaware, delegation chairman. With me I have Michael Havel representing our riders and our commander, Charles Michael, and we have a check for $8,100.
Fantastic.
I'm Nelson Blake, the immediate past department commander for the Department of Massachusetts, home department of past National Commander Jake Comer and Paul A. Morin. And today we have a check for $8,350, bringing our total to $16,181. And with me today is Senior Vice Commander Robert Jardin and Vice Commander Chris Manning.
Fantastic.
Good morning from Wyoming. In memory of past department Commander Bill Barnes, we donate $500. Letter book.
Letter book. Dave, how are you?
Good, yourself? From the Green Mountains of Vermont, I'm Dave Hendy, Department Director and also Chapter Director for Post 36. With me is Mark Cloutier, my Sergeant of Arms, and today we present a check to the Commander for $4,100.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Make sure to let everybody know how much we appreciate it.
Good morning. Oh, it's still morning.
Good morning, everybody. We are from the state of North Dakota. Yay! We are legendary, and there's signs all over that tell us that's the truth. My name's Mamie Havelka, past department commander. This is Mike Wyrick, present department commander. This is Jason Anderson, next national commander. Department commander. And then national commander. I'm already campaigning. We are the proud state of one of the teams that played at the American Legion Baseball Centennial Classic in Millbank, South Dakota. and we did place. It was an awesome honor for us. On behalf of Post 29 in Watford City, North Dakota, to children and youth, they give $5,000. And thank you for your time.
Good morning. On behalf of the Department of Virginia, the birthplace of presidents, I bring Kevin Chaplin, our immediate past Sons Commander, Gene Malinowski, our immediate past Department Commander, Scott Madry, our Department Commander, Sonny Dickerson, our past Department Commander, and my better half. Stan Moore is Post 10 Commander. On behalf of Randy Gunn, our Department Riders Chair, we bring a total check of $54,000. And not that anybody's counting, but that's an accumulated total from the Department of Virginia of north of $500,000. Stan has something else to bring.
Yeah, in April, Post 10 Manassas held our first annual barbecue competition in support to raise money for the Veterans and Children's Foundation. We gave $5,000 at that time to the Legacy Run, and today Post 10 has decided to add an additional $6,000 to that fund.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Good morning. My name's Dennis Bolin. On behalf of my wife, Diane Bolin, we'd like to donate $1,500 to the Veterans and Children's Fund.
Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate it very much. My goodness, man. It's so good to see you.
Great, thank you. Good morning. On behalf of the Jimmy Guerra family, the extended Martinez Brady family, and my dear friends of California, I make our personal donation to the Operation Comfort Warriors of $15,000.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Coming up here, Maryland.
Good morning, familia. I'm David Heredia Jr., past Department Commander from the great state of Maryland. I'm here with our current Department Commander, Nikki Randolph, and our fellow riders from our Legion family. And on behalf of our three past national commanders, Santos, Bacon, and Ethan, 3 past national presidents, and 7 past national commanders of the Sons of the American Legion, we're here to present a small check for VCF for the grand total of $235,000. Making it a 10-year grand total of $1 million from our beautiful state. But Maryland's not done yet. We sent out a challenge, and that challenge was met. So our grand total as of today is $240,500 in support of VCF. So from our familia to our Legion family, thank you and God bless you.
The total of all collected will be announced later in the convention by the national commander. Thank you all, everybody, for supporting the riders and for supporting the VCF. We appreciate it very, very much.
I don't think that we will ever come out of being in exile due to the present state of diplomatic relations between the United States and China. China Post 1 is the only American Legion post in exile. We were forced out of Shanghai, China in 1948. The post records were sent back to American Legion headquarters. Claire Chenault was a general at that time with the Flying Tigers. He became the commander and ensured that the China Post kept the longevity going. And I am presently the 7th commander since World War II of China Post 1.
The original Shanghai Post was made up of World War I veterans, of course, and most of them were involved in industry one way or another in China. So they were people that were doing things for the government, the Trans-Siberian Railroad. I mean, there were things like that. 1948, they had to leave because the Chinese took over, Chinese communists took over. And the idea, I thought, was, they thought, I wasn't there yet, was that it'll be a year or two and we're going to come back and take China back. So we'll go into exile and wait for this to occur. Well, we're still waiting. And in the meantime, as part of an overseas post, because we always were, what differentiated many of our members from others is that we had remained overseas one way or another. So this then, the so-called Soldier of Fortune post, you mentioned earlier General Ward. I like to think that General Chenault fit that bill as a Soldier of Fortune too.
We consider having a meeting whenever 2 members get together that are China Post 1 members, because we don't have a meeting place. And the watering holes are designated. A lot of them have been designated by the post commander, and they've been located all throughout the world. We have some memorial divisions where we have a high concentration of membership, various places all over the world. Wherever there's a high concentration of ex-military U.S. members that belong to China Post, if they're going to be there for quite a while, they'll find an area where they can hold meetings and communicate with what's going on in the local environment. We have communications that go out to our membership called a poop sheet. And what that is usually put out by the commander to inform the membership of upcoming events, things that have happened, status of the post. And then we have our annual meeting, and it's a reunion, and we get to see our fellow comrades and renew and show respect to the flag and the country, and spend some quality time with people that we have things in common with.
We're like-minded members, but we know each other. We all been in the same areas. We've done similar things, and we lived overseas, and we had to do with other things that had to do without other things that most Americans take for granted. And so we get together and we have a camaraderie, a friendship that transcends a lot of things. And we see each other not just often, maybe once a year sometimes, other times maybe 2 or 3 years before we see each other again. So it's very unique, and it's good to see one.
Well, I came to my first reunion last year. It was because, like I said, I've only been in the post 3 years. And when I got home afterwards, my wife goes, "Well, how was it?" I go, "You know, I hardly said a word because I was listening the whole time. I was sitting at the feet of giants who had done stuff that was only rumored about or I'd heard about in dark corners, or, you know, the old agency guys that had been in Laos or Vietnam or Cambodia talked about. And now I was meeting some of the guys that were really doing that stuff. or people that were doing other stuff that I haven't heard about before. You're finding the like-minded people, people who are the super patriots without, having to wear some T-shirt that states it. They're the quiet professionals, and you instantly know that you've found that soulmate, if you will, that you can talk about stuff. Even though you've been in different theaters at different time frames, you've shared similar experiences.
Today is the 4th anniversary of the attack on Abbey Gate in Afghanistan, when we lost 13 American heroes. We must never forget them and all United States service members who have made the supreme sacrifice. Let us remember their Gold Star families as well. With the run and the donations that were made on the stage, the Legacy Run Veterans Children's Foundation, as of right now, they've raised $855,785.98. It was a very high recommendation for your consideration by a good friend, past National Commander Paul Morin, who suggests you all walk around the streets with the coffee can in your hands so that we can make the $1 million mark. Taiwan is always vigilant. Because of its proximity to an increasingly aggressive communist China, the Taiwanese military is prepared for an attack that could come at any time. The Taiwanese people also know that taking care of veterans is an important priority when fielding a very strong defense. Our bond with its Veterans Affairs Council is deeply strong. Our next speaker is a graduate of Taiwan's National Defense University and has served as Secretary General of the National Security Bureau. He's a retired Lieutenant General. Please welcome Chen Kan-chen, Vice Minister of Veterans Affairs Council for the Republic of China.
Good afternoon, Major Commander Lagusia, distinguished guests, and all American patriots. It is an honor to attend this year's National Convention on behalf of the Veterans Affairs Council of the Republic of China, Taiwan. I would like to express my sincere respect to all of you. Next Tuesday, September 2nd, will mark the 80th anniversary of B-Day Day, the victory of World War II. The Second World War was undoubtedly the deadliest war in human history, and the pain that it caused echoed even to the present day. The victory of the war was achieved through the dedication, sacrifice, and the blood of millions of brave Allied soldiers. In fact, our two countries established a very close relationship during the period. In March 1941, the Land Lease Act was signed into law by President Franklin Roosevelt. My country was thereafter able to attain military assistance from the United States to fight against Imperial Japan. Fate invaded China with all its might in 1937. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States officially declared war on Imperial Japan and our two countries and into an alliance. The army force of my country fought shoulder to shoulder with American and British forces in China, Burma, India, and Syria. After more than 3 million soldiers sacrificed their lives, we were able to turn over 1 million Imperial Japanese troops on the Chinese battlefield, prevent them from deploying to other areas, and speed up the Allied final victory. In 1942, when the United States issued a 5-cent Chinese resistance postage stamp, it symbolized not only the sheer struggle of our two nations against tyranny, but also shared idea of democracy and self-determination. From the beginning of the Cold War, my country has stood firm with the United States to cope with the challenge of authoritarian expansionism in the Indo-Pacific region, strategically situated at the heart of the first island chain in the Western Pacific. Taiwan sits along by sea land, including the Taiwan Strait. According to a 2024 report by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, more than 1/5 of the world's maritime trade passed through the Taiwan Strait. In 2022 alone, goods worth at least $2.45 million, including energy, electronica, mineral, and other critical resources, transit this essential waterway. In recent years, Taiwan has emerged at the harbor of the global high-tech supply chain. Over 60% of the world's semiconductors are produced in Taiwan. Among the most advanced chips, those below 10 nanometer, 92% were manufactured by Taiwan, renowned TSMC. We strongly support TSMC's effort to build semiconductor factories in like-minded countries such as the United States, Japan, and Germany to strengthen the high-tech supply chain resilience in Arizona alone. TSMC has invested over $100 billion in state-of-the-art semiconductor factory with more than 1,300 Taiwanese engineers working side by side with American colleagues to produce the world's most advanced technologies. Taiwan, we're willing to share our high-tech know-how for the benefit of all humanity. We also look forward to expanding cooperation among democracies to join the safeguard peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. As we commemorate the hard-won peace of the Second World War ending, we must not forget the lesson learned from its history. We are now facing the threat of the new authoritarian bloc. Love of freedom around the world must work together from the individual to the national level to ensure that aggressors have no opportunity to advance their ambition. I am confident that so long as we continue our effort, our strength can earn us a true and lasting peace. So long as we join together in solidarity, our free and democratic way of life will prevail. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your continued support for the Republic of China, Taiwan over the years. We will never forget your thoughtfulness. Thank you again for inviting me to address this opening ceremony, and I wish you all a successful national convention, as well as the best of health and happiness. In closing, I would like to present the first class memento of the honor of the Veteran Affairs Council to National Commander Recipient. In recognition of his dedication to maintaining the friendship between our country and promoting international justice and the welfare of the veteran, I will have my colleague, Colonel Low, read the citation.
Certificate of Award to accompany the presentation of the Medal of Honor of Veterans Affairs Council to Mr. James A. Lacouzier, Jr., National Commander of the American Legion, in recognition of his dedication in upholding the international justice and in safeguarding the international status of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and improving the welfare of veterans. A Medal of Honor of Veterans Affairs Council, First Class, is hereby awarded on this 26th day of August, 2025. General Yan Defa, Minister, Veterans Affairs Council, the Republic of China, Taiwan.
Born to a Royal Canadian Air Force family stationed in Germany, he is a retired Master Warrant Officer with more than 37 years of military service. He is a member of ANAVETS, Unit 10 in Brandon, Manitoba. He proudly leads an organization that advocates for veterans and their families to receive quality health care. Please welcome the Dominion President of the Army, Navy, and Air Force Veterans in Canada, also known as ANAVETS, Al Dunham.
Commander LeCourcier, National Adjutant Roland, members of the American Legion, distinguished guests and friends. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand here before you today, gathered in the spirit of service, remembrance, and advocacy. And I bring you warm greetings on behalf of the executive and members of the Army, Navy, Air Force veterans in Canada. The American Legion has long been a pillar of strength for veterans and communities across this great nation. Your commitment to upholding the rights of those who served, supporting their family, and contributing to the civic fabric of the United States is not only commendable, it's inspirational. But as we reflect on your legislative priorities, you find that your vision resonates far beyond the borders of America. Indeed, many of the concerns and aspirations, the heart of the American Legion agenda, is shared by your neighbors to the north. At the center of the American Legion legislative agenda is an unwavering focus on veterans' well-being, whether it's advocating for quality health care, expanding mental health resources, improving access to education, or smooth transition to civilian life. These priorities are mirrored, and the very issues are animated to work up north in Canada with our organizations. In Canada, our association, along with the Royal Canadian Legion and many other advocacy groups, we champion similar causes. Our governments may be different in structure and in policy, but our values ignite and dignified and with timely health care for those who have worn the uniform, effective for those struggling for invisible war wounds, and a robust investment in the opportunity of veterans thriving after service. Both in Canada and the United States, legislative efforts have been focusing on reducing wait time for the medical appointments for veterans, destigmatizing PTSD, and creating pathways for veterans to contribute their skills to civilian life. We both recognize that the service does not end at the end of the deployment or at discharge. It's a lifelong journey, deserving the respect and the comprehensive support that we give them. American Legion advocates passionately to expand the educational benefits, workforce retraining, and the pathways to higher education to the veterans and their families. This commitment is echoed in Canada, where veterans' education and training benefits aim to help our former service members produce new careers and new opportunities. On both sides of our borders, there's a keen awareness that transition from military to civilian life is often very challenging. But investing in education and training and employment assistance, our nations ensure that those who have served continue to enrich society with their leadership, discipline, and experience. Legislative agenda in both countries call for the increase in funding for scholarships, enhanced vocal programs, and better outreach to rural and remote communities. The goal is clear. No veteran should be left behind, regardless where they live or the challenges that they face. Your advocacy extends to strengthen the families, support the Gold Star families, and foster resilience within the community. In Canada, we have a similar effort underway to reinforce and support our military families, recognizing that the sacrifice is not only made by those in uniform, but also by the spouses and the children left at home. Issues such as affordable housing, mental health support for families, and access to community resources are a priority and are in discussion both here and in Canada. Moreover, both nations are working to ensure military families are not isolated by frequent moves and deployments. Programs are aimed at building community connections, providing childcare, and also supporting caregivers on the agenda for both countries. Testament to the sharing of the understanding that strength of our service members is rooted in their strength of their families. The American Legion's commitment to honoring service is visible in the way you support your memorials, your remembrance ceremonies, and your educational initiatives about military history. In Canada Day, we have November the 11th, which we call Remembrance Day. It holds a sacred place in our culture, and our endeavors and aims is to preserve the memory of our fallen soldiers, sailors, and airmen, and to educate future generations, to support the maintenance of monuments and also historical sites. Both nations recognize honoring the past is essential to give a better future, whether through legislative support of veterans' cemeteries, funding of museums, or programs that connect with the youth to tell the story of our veterans. Our countries stand together in remembering the price of freedom and the importance of service. Today, our nations face a new security challenge: global pandemics, emerging cyber threats, and evolving international alliances. Legislation agendas in both Canada and the United States reflect an urgent need to adopt and adapt in cooperation. Our veterans are often forward of this challenge, using their expertise to guide national strategies and safeguard our freedoms. Whether through joint military exercises, intelligence sharing, or coordinated humanitarian missions, Canada and America continue to lead by example, demonstrating that our partnership is more than just words. It's action, vision, and resolve. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect upon the similarities that unite our priorities, let us remember the relationship between Canada and America. It's built on more than just a shared border. It's founded on respect, kinship, and collective commitment to liberty and justice. In closing, allow me to offer a quote that speaks to the heart of our enduring partnership. The United States and Canada are more than just neighbors. They are partners, allies, and friends, standing shoulder to shoulder in pursuit of peace, prosperity, and freedom. May the spirit of collaboration rooted in our mutual respect and common purpose continue to guide us as we advocate for those who have served and for their families and for our nation's future. Thank you and God bless.
A member of the George Washington chapter of the Virginia Sons of the American Revolution, our next guest has served in many offices at every level of this patriotic organization. The American Legion highly values our relationship with the Sons of the American Revolution as our two groups prepare to celebrate the upcoming 250th birthday of our great nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the National Society of Sons of the American Revolution, President General Michael J. Elston, Esquire.
Good afternoon to the American Legion. National Commander, I don't know what I did to get the lunchtime slot, but we'll try to do better next time. It's a great honor to be with you here today, representing the National Society of the Sons of the American Revolution. Like the American Legion, the Sons of the American Revolution was chartered by Congress. We got our charter about 10 years before you did. It's a nonprofit organization with educational, historical, and patriotic goals. Our members prove their descent from a patriot of the American Revolution, somebody who fought in the Revolution or otherwise supported the revolutionary cause between 1774 and 1783. So on behalf of the descendants of America's first combat veterans, thank you for your service in our armed forces and for your continuing service to our great country in the American Legion. The Sons of the American Revolution, as part of our patriotic objectives, has always honored the sacrifices of America's veterans in every generation through a variety of programs, especially focusing on those veterans who are in the care of the Veterans Administration. Your slogan, "Be the One," has always been something we've wanted to do for the veterans we've come in contact with. We want to be the one that makes a difference in their lives, as you make a difference in so many lives. But today, one of the most pressing issues facing the veterans community and our nation is the tragedy of veteran suicide. I'm pleased to announce for the first time publicly here to you that the Sons of the American Revolution will join the Face the Fight Coalition, a coalition that the American Legion is already a part of. This coalition has as its important goal to raise awareness and support for veteran suicide prevention. We will join you, and we will be the one to help prevent more veteran suicides. The Sons of the American Revolution is honored to partner with the American Legion in so many ways in your patriotic educational goals, our shared ideals, our shared and common purpose. It's a privilege to partner with you one more time in the Face the Fight Coalition. National Commander, if you wouldn't mind joining me at the podium, I have a couple of things for you. First, this is our semi-quincentennial challenge coin.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And a 250th anniversary pin.
Thank you very much.
It's also my great pleasure to confer on you the Sons of the American Revolution Distinguished Patriotic Leadership Award. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's really big, so we shipped it to Indianapolis rather than bringing it here. It's obnoxiously big. He'll love it in his office.
You want to stand right over there for a picture?
Sure.
A veteran of the United States Navy, our next guest served as a submariner and diver, taking part in multiple deployments in support of global war on terrorism. He earns the Bachelor of Science degree at Florida State University and a Master of Public Administration at Syracuse University. Please welcome the President and CEO of Students Veterans of America and my friend, Jared S. Lyon.
Good morning, Legion family. Now, I was told that this is one of the most motivated groups in the United States, and I do believe that we can do better, so I'll try it one more time. Good morning, Legion family. Outstanding. Thank you all so very much for welcoming me home to Tampa, Florida, and for all that you do each and every day for veterans, their family members, caregivers, and survivors. Student Veterans of America would not be who we are without your example, and more importantly, your partnership. We carry the legacy of the American Legion with pride, literally. And our new national headquarters office in Washington, D.C., we are honored to display a historic American Legion desk that is connected to the drafting of the original GI Bill and former National Commander Harry W. Comey. This is an everyday reminder that when this organization gets together and goes to work, America changes for the better. On a personal note, I am a paid up for life member of the American Legion. Mostly because I kept forgetting to pay my dues, so I will never have that problem again. But I came up like so many of our student veterans. Out of uniform, back in a college classroom. For me, it was a start at community college here in the state of Florida. And I was looking for purpose and a team again. Along the way, I found mentors who wouldn't let me fail. That kind of Legion mentorship and perseverance didn't just help me earn a bachelor's degree at Florida State University. It put me on a path to serve others, and that's why I'm here, to say thank you and to ask you to keep leading with us. The Legion's charge to be the one meets our community where it hurts and where it heals. Relationship by relationship, life by life. Under our national commander, you've lifted up loyalty, unity, and valor, not just as words on a banner, but as a way of working together. And those values are alive on every campus where an American Legion post and an SVA chapter team up to check in, to listen, and to act. And that's why and how we prevent isolation. That's how we save lives. I also want to recognize some of the Legion leaders that we stand with shoulder to shoulder in Washington, D.C. Mario, Cole, Julia, Joe, Sharp, and Andrew are all great teammates in Washington, D.C. Your policy team is not only expert, they're collaborative and they're inclusive, and they work hard every day to bring the entirety of the veteran experience, the experience of our family members, caregivers, and survivors, and they represent the American Legion so well in DC. Let me share who today's student veterans are. SVA now supports over 1,600 chapters across the United States and abroad. Our SVA chapters look like America, and they lead like a squad. Most student veterans are between the ages of 24 and 35. Many of us are married, and many are parents, with nearly 20% of us identifying as single parents. Most student veterans attend a public or private not-for-profit institution of higher learning. Most of us are full-time students, and most are working full or part-time while we pursue our education. Today's student veterans are choosing fields that build the real American economy. We're getting our degrees in things like business, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, as well as health-related fields. And we perform. Our latest census work shows stronger GPAs than our civilian counterparts, and longitudinal research shows that the completion rates of student veterans are meeting or, in many cases, exceeding the national average. When student veterans have the right supports in place, they thrive. And the bottom line is when America invests through the GI Bill, student veterans deliver. And that's why the American Legion and SVA partnership matters in Washington, D.C. and around the country. Together, we're advancing bills that make benefits match today's service members and today's costs. The Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act ensures that every day in uniform, drills, schools and training, disaster response, that it all counts towards post-9/11 GI Bill eligibility. That's a simple fairness for an operational reserve force that has carried so much of the load. And the Veteran Education Adjustment Act raises the book stipend from $1,000 to $1,400 and ties it to inflation, because a benefit frozen in time is a cut in disguise. We've testified together, we've organized alongside the American Legion, and with your help, we'll get both across the finish line. But policy is only half the work. The other half is belonging, on campus, at the post, in your first job after graduation, and in communities nationwide. SVA's Basic Needs and Wellness Survey is mapping where gaps still exist so that we can fix them. Housing, childcare, food insecurity, and mental health access. And we're grateful that the American Legion leaders and posts are helping us get that data and turn it into action. When the campus Veterans Office, the SVA chapter, or the local Legion post are in the same foxhole, student veterans don't fall through the cracks. We're also building a bridge from education to employment, the so what of going back to school for ourselves and the prosperity of our families. With new support from Google, SVA has expanded its access to Google Career Certificates and AI Essentials training. And we're running state-level roundtables to align academic programs with what employers actually need. And we're so grateful to the state departments of the Legion for their support. That means more veterans with in-demand credentials and clearer pathways into great jobs. No detours and no dead ends. Here's what that looks like on the ground. It's an invitation. If your post is near a college campus, adopt that campus because there are student veterans there. If your post is near a campus, show up to that SVA chapter and its meetings. Offer a buddy check coffee once a month. Pair up with mentors and proteges. Sponsor a childcare stipend during finals week. Co-host a resume workshop with your VEE advocates and our chapter leaders. When you do, you'll see a simple truth. Student veterans already have 9 out of the 10 skills employers say that they need. They just need a door that is held open and a hand on the shoulder. Nobody does that better than the American Legion. I will end today with where I began, gratitude and a charge. Tampa is a perfect place to remember that the GI Bill was born from Legion grit and American innovation. You wrote a promise in 1944. We intend to keep it and uphold it in 2025 and beyond. Help us pass the GI Bill parity for Guard and Reserve, help us modernize the book stipend and costs of education, and help us scale belonging, campus by campus and post by post. If you want to see this movement up close, come join us at SVA's National Conference. We call it NatCon. We'll host it January 8th through the 10th in Colorado Springs at the Broadmoor. Meet the next generation of Legionnaires, because that's who they are. They are ready to serve, they are ready to lead, and with the American Legion beside them, they will exceed expectations. Thank you for your loyalty, your unity, and your valor. Let's get back to work and do it together. Thank you.
My name is Mark Brecka. I'm the director of the American Legion Michigan Boys State Program here in Grand Rapids, Michigan, on the campus at Grand Valley State University. This is political night. This is where we run a fictitious state, but they role play. They take from tabletop in high school what they learn in books, and they apply it here. We have mayors, we have governors, we have people that do stump speeches, we have the Supreme Court, we have lawyers, all of those things to run the 51st state. And what better place to do it at than the Gerald R. Ford Museum here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. These young men that attend Boys State are juniors in high school, rising seniors. They've been handpicked, selected by their communities, by their schools, by their American Legion posts. It's across all 50 states. There's 20,000 a year. It's been around since the 1930s. What they're learning to do is to learn what the different parties are all about and also to sift out their value systems through the political system. Politics is about values. And the boys, for the first time, are kind of breaking away from their parents' values or what they've grown up with. They're developing their own. This night allows them that opportunity to develop their own value systems, find out who they are.
So when we got here, we were able to speak with a couple of politicians and ask them some questions. And then after that, we had little breakout sessions where we could kind of continue that same thing. The biggest takeaway here was, like, no matter how far left-leaning, how far right-leaning, we were able to create special bonds with these people. And that shows that we don't have to be divided. We can still work together as Americans. They're going to leave here and look at the man in the mirror and say, this is who I am. And it changes through the years, but this is a starting point for their life to sit there and say, this is who I am. This is what I believe. I'd like to thank our education staff who have flown in from all over the country to lead these boys, and then the Legionnaires and the Sons of the American Legion. It's a complete team and family effort, and this is a week that truly does shape a lifetime.
You may have noticed in the back of this hall is a booth. It's an informational booth about the American Legion's 1919 Society. I recommend you visit the booth during breaks when you get the chance. It'll be here throughout the entire convention. You can see why so many generous donors strongly believe that our Veterans and Children's Foundation is a program worth supporting. After a distinguished 40-year Army career, which included duty as the Chief of Staff for the Wyoming National Guard, our next guest continues to serve veterans as the Executive Director of the Wyoming Veterans Commission. In that role, he established impactful initiatives such as the Veterans Talking to Veterans program and Veterans Feeding Veterans. He also brings his leadership to his peers throughout the country in his capacity as the President of the National Association of State Directors of Veterans Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Colonel Tim Shepard, United States Army, retired.
Now, if I was Chevy Chase, I would bounce my head off of the microphone, but I'm not going to do that for you today. I'm just going to say good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So let's, first off, for those who can stand, would you please stand? And for all of you, would you please turn to a neighbor and give them a hearty handshake and thank them for all they do for this great nation? All right, settle down, settle down. Good job. So I thank you for the honor of allowing me to speak today. I'm thrilled to be here in Tampa, and it's a privilege to stand among so many dedicated individuals who share a common mission, serving those who have served. Let me begin by recognizing our national commander. Sir, thank you for your leadership and unwavering commitment to our veterans. I also want to give a proud shout out to my Wyoming delegation. Where are you, Wyoming? Go Pokes! I was supposed to hear back, go Pokes. So let's try that again. Go Pokes! There we go. You represent the spirit of the West with grit, grace, and a deep sense of duty. I'm proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Giddy up. Now, I'd like to take a minute and talk about something that I think is making a real difference, and that's the American Legion's Be the One campaign. It's not just a slogan, it's a lifeline. It's a movement that's saving lives. Across the country, we've seen countless suicide interventions because someone chose to be the one, to ask the question, to make the call, and to offer hope. That's powerful, that's awesome, and that's exactly the kind of impact we need more of. As president of the National Association of State Directors of Veterans Affairs, let me first say that's a mouthful. That takes a while to get through, but we call it NASDVA for short. I'm proud to represent 18.2 million veterans through 56 states, territories, and the District of Columbia. That's a big number. But behind every single digit is a story, a family, a legacy. And whether we wear the Legion cap, serve in state government, or advocate in our communities, we're all in the same business, helping veterans, families, survivors, and caregivers not just survive, but thrive. Thriving means access to care. It means dignity. It means connection, and it means collaboration. None of us can do this alone. We need each other, every post, every department, every agency, to work together, share resources, and amplify our efforts. So today, I challenge all of us. Let's deepen those partnerships. Let's break down the silos and smash those rice bowls. Let's make sure that no veteran falls through the cracks. Not in Tampa, not in Cheyenne, not anywhere. Thank you. Together, we can be the one. Together, we can be the many. And together, we can ensure that every veteran knows they are seen, valued, have hope, and are never alone. I appreciate that applause. I think those are important words, and I'm proud to share those with you. I thank you, and God bless the American Legion and all who serve. Now, would you like a joke? All right, something just kind of pick you up. This will give you an idea. I know the commander talked about his sense of humor. Mine can be a little warped. So a guy gets a call from his doctor, and the doctor says, "Hey, I've got bad news, and I've got worse news." And the guy says, "Holy cow, bad news and worse news. Boy, that's something. Bad news, worse news. Well, what's the bad news?" And the doctor says, "Well, you only have 24 hours to live." And the guy says, 24 hours to live? What in the world could possibly be worse news than that? And the doctor says, "I was supposed to call you yesterday." I don't know why I like that joke, but I love that joke, and I tell it wherever I go. You know, I did ask AI for some help. Here's what AI came up with. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to find a fan, a sweet tea, and someone who knows how to pronounce NASDVA without sounding like they're sneezing." Not that good. See, so don't use AI for everything, especially not a good joke. Hey, again, God bless the United States. God bless Tampa. God bless all of the Legionnaires, and thank you very much.
Please turn your attention to the video monitor, where we have a brief greetings from Legionnaire and United States Senator Rick Scott of Florida.
Hi, I'm Senator Rick Scott. It's an honor to join you at the American Legion's National Convention and welcome delegates from around the country to the city of Tampa. Since its founding, the American Legion has been a fierce advocate for generations of veterans, service members, and their families. As a Navy veteran and the son of a World War II veteran, I know firsthand the sacrifices our men and women in uniform and their families make each and every day. That's why, as Florida's United States Senator and a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, I'm proud to be your partner in Washington, D.C., as we work together to make Washington work for our nation's veterans, service members, and their families. Thank you, and God bless.
Our next guest was first elected to represent what was then the 11th Congressional District of Florida in 2006. She has been re-elected every term since, though her district is now the Florida 14th. Before coming to Congress, she served on the Hillsborough County Commission, where she advocated for strong health care policy. She holds a bachelor's degree from Emory University and a law degree from Florida State. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Honorable Congresswoman Kathy Castor.
Well, good afternoon, American heroes. I'm Tampa Bay's Congresswoman Kathy Castor. I'm here to welcome all of you to our patriotic community. We are rich in veterans. We have some of the highest numbers of military heroes who have served our great country right here in the Tampa Bay area. I'm really pleased to be here with my partner, Congresswoman Laurel Lee, who you'll meet next. But this is an especially patriotic community because we're home to MacDill Air Force Base, which is a refueling wing, making sure that the Air Force is mobile and can reach all across the globe. We're also home to the United States Special Operations Command and a U.S. Central Command, those brave men and women working every day to keep us safe. I want to thank American Legion Commander LaCourciere and Jessica Moore, Tish Ward with the American Legion Auxiliary locally. It was the American Legion Auxiliary who sponsored me as a high school student to attend Girls State, so I thank the American Legion and the Auxiliary for what you do to help young people find a pathway to government service. But I really wanted to thank all of you for your advocacy at the federal level. Since I've been in Congress, you all have been the most outspoken advocates for the post-9/11 GI Bill to ensure that the veterans that served in Iraq and Afghanistan and their family members could get the education that they deserve. Since we passed that bill into law in 2008, about 16 years ago this month, over 1 million veterans and their families have used that GI Bill benefit to get on the pathway to success in life. And here in the Tampa Bay area, that means the University of South Florida, the University of Tampa, Hillsborough Community College, St. Pete College, they are actively recruiting military veterans to use those educational benefits. And working with Congresswoman Laurel Lee, we're helping to establish veteran services on campuses so that veterans have a home away from home and the ability to interact with each other and support each other. You all were also the most outspoken advocates for veterans who had suffered toxic exposure, whether that's the burn pits or Agent Orange from the Vietnam era. Thank you for everything that you have done to help bring the Honoring Our PACT Act into law so that, let's hear it for the PACT Act. So far, since the PACT Act was passed, over 6 million veterans across the country have been screened for cancer or other ailments from their service. Over 1 million have received compensation benefits. And many of those folks have received top-notch care here in the Tampa Bay area. The James Haley VA Center, the Bay Pines VA Center in Pinellas County are top-notch. They are the highest quality in the land. And I want to thank you all for working to advocate to make sure the VA stays that way. There are workforce shortages right now that we need to work together. We need to gather all of your voices and advocacy to make sure that our VA health system remains the highest quality and able to serve veterans. Just this past weekend, I moved my father-in-law, who is a Korean War veteran, a former Marine, into an assisted living facility, and we have to change his VA hospital. So it's vitally important that all of those care coordinators stay on task to help veterans access the benefits that they have earned and ensure that everyone, every veteran, every family member has access to the highest quality care. That's what this community demands, this patriotic community. I want to thank you all. I pledge to be your partner in the Be the One campaign to do everything we can to make sure veterans never turn to suicide, that they have a safe place to live, that they get the benefits that they have earned, and we keep the promise to our veterans. You have served us so well. Thank you, and God bless.
The daughter of an Air Force two-star general, our next guest was sworn into Congress on January 3rd, 2023. She represents Florida's 15th Congressional District. She previously served as Florida's Secretary of State under the DeSantis administration. She is a graduate of the University of Florida and has earned a bachelor's degree in political science as well as a law degree. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Honorable United States Representative Laura Lee.
Good afternoon. It is such a pleasure and a privilege to get to be here with all of you today. Standing before this gathering of more than 1,500 proud veterans and legionnaires, I am so mindful of the incredible honor, service, and patriotism that this organization represents. So you heard just a moment ago that I had the privilege and experience of growing up in one of our nation's military families. I was actually born at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And so I really got to live that experience. Oh, we've got some Wright-Pat back there. I got to live the experience of seeing what service instills in Americans, the resilience, the honor, the patriotism from our service members and from their families. That's why, as a member of Congress, one of my key priorities is and will always be serving and representing our active duty service members and our veterans, and doing it so that they have the respect and the support that they have earned. Just a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to host a Veterans Resource Fair here in our district. And we brought together over 30 different organizations that help start small businesses, that are devoted to education and housing and healthcare, to bring them all to one place, to show that we can and will support those who have served our country. And in Congress, I am so fortunate to have my partner who you just heard from, Representative Castor, who has been committed to serving this community, its veterans, and our service members at MacDill Air Force Base for many years. And together, we have had the opportunity to continue to advocate for the policies and the things that enhance and build the quality of life for our veterans here in this area. You all are also a vital part of ensuring that your delegation in Congress understands the things that really make a difference, understands where the needs are, what we could be doing better, what we have yet to do. So I will tell you that there are a number of things that are being considered and worked on in Congress that are very important and that you all have been behind educating and reaching out and advocating for these kinds of very important policies. One that I've been proud to co-sponsor relates to protecting a veteran's abilities to choose and access high-quality health care. Another relates to allowing combat-disabled veterans to receive both full retirement pay and VA disability compensation. We have more work to do, but it is a credit to all of you that we as policymakers understand that those are issues that we need to be talking about and that we need to be working on and that we need to be trying to enact into law. So our delegation here in Tampa was proud to advocate for updating locality pay for our service members so that MacDill can remain competitive and our men and women in this area are fairly compensated. There again, you can look at the entire Bay delegation as supporters of these types of good ideas and appropriate ideas to support our service members. And none of this work happens without the partnership between your delegation and all of you to bring to us your stories, your experiences, and your perspective on the work we have yet to do. You fought for the GI Bill, you fought for veterans' health care and disability benefits, and the national security policies that keep our nation safe. You continue to be at the very front of understanding what veterans need to transition back to civilian life, mentoring young people, advocating for patriotic education, and leading the charge to end veterans' homelessness. You remind us every day that service lasts a lifetime, and so too must our commitment to our nation's veterans. The American Legion embodies these truths, that those who wore the uniform must never be left behind, and that America is the strongest when we keep our commitments to our veterans. So I will close with this. As someone who has seen the honor of service up front from your representative in Congress, I thank you. I thank you for your courage, for your service, and for your continued commitment to our country. I am honored to work alongside you to ensure that every veteran receives the care, the benefits, the respect that they deserve. Thank you so much for having us here today. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
At this time, please turn your attention to the monitor for video greetings from the Honorable Mayor of Tampa, Jane Castor.
Hi everyone, I'm Mayor Jane Castor, and it is an honor to welcome the American Legion National Convention to the great city of Tampa. Tampa's a proud military city, and we honor the sacrifice of our veterans and their families every single day. As the nation's largest wartime veterans service organization, your commitment to veterans strengthening America is deeply appreciated. A special thank you to National Commander Jim LaCourciere, national officers, past national commanders, and all delegate members here today. While you're in town, I hope you enjoy everything that our beautiful city has to offer. From the Tampa Riverwalk to historic Ybor City, there is something for everyone. Thank you once again for everything that you do, and please enjoy the rest of your convention.
A retired Major General in the United States Marine Corps, our next speaker was appointed by Governor Ron DeSantis as the Executive Director of the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs in 2021. An accomplished marksman throughout his 37 years of active duty and reserve service, he was the first Marine distinguished shooter to achieve general officer rank in over 60 years. He is also a member of American Legion Post 108 in Lutz, Florida. Please welcome the Executive Director of the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs, James S. Hammer Hartzell.
Got your back. Well, because this is Florida, here's what I can say. Thank you, God, for letting us be here safely. Thank you. That's why we call it the free state of Florida. Welcome to our free state. Yesterday, some of us got to listen to our governor, Ron DeSantis, our Lieutenant Governor, Jay Collins. The only state in the nation is Florida that has both a governor and lieutenant governor who are combat deployed veterans. The only state in the nation. We're blessed. We're blessed with that. So, Post 108, loud and proud. Appreciate you guys and gals being here. Our Department of Florida and the leadership we have that I get the opportunity to work with is the past national commander. You had Tim Shepard from Wyoming. I was a past national commander of NASDVA, and I don't sneeze when I say it, Tim. But I get to see all the different service organizations, the national VSOs. And in Florida, and what I've seen nationally, is American Legion represents two Ps. I'm a Marine, have to keep it simple, because I was a Lance Corporal before I was a two-star. All right? Patriotism and professionalism. That's the American Legion. When you ask me what I think of when I hear the word American Legion, I think of patriotism and professionalism. When you put those two things together, to me, that's Americanism. And that's who the American Legion is. That's why I'm honored to be a member. Right. So when I came in today, being a Marine General, they have a couple of handlers, all right? Handlers. I had a local commander from Post 108, making sure I got to where I was supposed to go. I had a state commander, an adjutant who made sure I would go. Then I had the national guy, Cole Lyle, who's phenomenal, made sure I was going to the right place. They actually told me all three to go to the same place. Well done, American Legion. I'm responsible, accountable as the executive director. Every state territory has different names, commissioner, director, secretary, but I'm the executive director of the Florida Department of Veterans Affairs, and I'm responsible and accountable for 1.4 million veterans, plus their families, and plus the survivors of veterans who live in our great state. That's my accountability. In Florida, we're #1 for veterans who are 65 and older of any state in the nation. Oh, we got a couple of them. Thank you, sir. And I talk loud so y'all can hear, because I can't hear. All right. We're #1 for the number of Vietnam-era veterans of any state in the nation. All right, thank you. And we're about to be #1 for women veterans. All right. Florida, I'm accountable for 170,000 women veterans. All right, so I take that very personal. Also, what I do with our state veteran service officers, we do a lot of work, and I actually have a little numbers here I was going to tell you about. We have 9 state veteran nursing homes. That's what we're accountable for, the most in the nation. We're getting #10 state veteran nursing home. It's going to go to Southwest Florida, the Naples, Collier County area. And that nursing home down there, the local community of Collier County, they raise the money to provide the cost of the state's cost share. Federal government pays 66% roughly for a new nursing home, veteran nursing home. The state pays, and the territory, if they get one, they pay 33%. Our state cost share was paid for by the people of Collier County. They personally raised $40 million to pay for that nursing home. Okay? Florida loves veterans. We have some very people that are proud. We also have 245,000 veterans that we serviced last year, 2024, with my state veteran service officers, 240,000 times that we helped a veteran, family, and a survivor, 44,000 new claims, brand new claims, never filed before, we did that, to a tune of about $260 million in retroactive benefits that came into Florida. Why is that important? Because that's federal dollars that we earned, we deserve, and it's spent in the Florida economy. I keep them coming here. If you're a veteran, move to Florida. Right? And the reason I want to bring that up is because veterans, Florida is the most, everybody says they're most veteran friendly. I got it. Every state. I saw even Oregon in the back. I'm a Marine, I'm a recon Marine. All right, even see back there, California and other people. They claim to be the most veteran friendly, and they should be for our veterans and family survivors. But Florida, by fact, is the most veteran sought after state in the nation. We enjoy a huge immigration of veterans, okay? Huge immigration of veterans over the past 4 and 5 years. Why? Why do veterans want to bring their families and live in Florida? Because veterans understand and they respect crisis leadership. Think about it, crisis leadership. Hurricanes, pandemics, they look for someone who leads through to the other side. Mission accomplishment. Veterans like a safe community. They want their family to grow up in a safe community, a community that respects law and order, who respects first responders, respects them. That's what veterans are looking for. They're looking for a secure, someone who understands what a secure border is. Many of us in this room went overseas to places that did not have secure borders. And I lost battle brothers because of insecure borders in war. I never want that to happen here in America, my home, where my grandsons are. So veterans respect secure borders and the need for it. They respect parental rights. I want my sons and grandsons to be educated, not indoctrinated. It's simple, simple. It's not hard, really, okay? When you look at Florida and you're doing research, where do you want to go when you're coming off active duty, where you're going to move? They understand that Florida respects the American flag. We respect that flag in this state, okay? We also respect veterans. Just look on our website, floridavets.org. All right, for the Marines, I'll say it twice, floridavets.org, okay? I can do that because I'm a 37-year Marine. That's our website. Everything I'm talking about is on there. We respect the flag, veterans, but we really respect patriotism. I have a governor, a lieutenant governor, who deployed to combat. They understand what patriotism is and why we were so happy to come home to our families and our loved ones because of when we were sent overseas. And then you have the economy. Yeah, we have a great economy too, but that's kind of the last thing on the list of what veterans are looking for when they want to go somewhere. So I want to give you one example, and I'll be done, of Florida's patriotism, Americanism. Last year, 2024, our Florida legislature passed a law. It is now law. In Florida's schools, grades 6 through 12, so Marine math, that's ages 12 through 18, roughly, okay, middle school, high school people, grades 6 through 12, we passed a law that says not only do we have Veterans Day in Florida, but we have Veterans Month. The whole month of November is Veterans Month in our state, okay? And we teach 6th through 12th grade what that means. We teach them the qualities and the responsibilities of these following things. Patriotism. They're taught in school. What is patriotism? What is citizenship? That's what I learned when I was in Florida as a kid in the 60s, 70s. Citizenship. What is a Medal of Honor? What do you do to earn a Medal of Honor? That's taught in Florida's public schools to middle school and high school. We teach about the history of communism, just the history. What is it? And how that's a threat to democracy and a republic. Let them decide what they want to do, but we're telling the history of what it is. And then I think the most important, because I have 2 grandsons who are learning this in school now, we teach the history and the importance of Memorial Day and Veterans Day. Okay? Think about that. So I want my grandsons, I want schools, junior high, middle school, high school, I want them to understand, yes, Memorial Day is a wonderful time for barbecue. It's a wonderful time to get outside. It's a great sales time. But I want them to understand what the meaning of Memorial Day is and why they need to value that. Why? Because then they'll respect that flag more. They'll respect you when you wear your hat, your cover, more when you go into Publix, wherever you go. That's what I like. So I'm proud to be a Legionnaire. I'm proud to be in Florida, and I love what I do here, taking care of 1.4 million veterans, their families, and survivors. American Legion, stay strong. 2 P's, stay patriotic, stay professional, because when you do wherever you go after you leave Florida, you're going to make your community better, which makes America better. Keep it going. Thank you, and Semper Fidelis, Marines.
Gulf War combat wounded veteran of the United States Army. He is a member of Post 117 in Palm Bay, Florida. He led his department over the last membership year with the mission statement of mentorship, training, and continuity. His slogan is, keep it real. Ladies and gentlemen, the immediate past department commander and my friend in the state of Department of Florida, Stephen Chris Hemrick.
Keep it real. Good afternoon, fellow Legionnaires. On behalf of the great Department of Florida, it's my honor to welcome you to the Sunshine State and to Tampa for the 106th National Convention of the American Legion. Tampa's a city with a proud tradition of service, from MacDill Air Force Base that you've heard about to our thriving veteran community. This city and this state understands the meaning of sacrifice, patriotism, and duty. And it's fitting that we gather here to continue the important work that we do that began with our founders more than a century ago. This week, we make decisions that shape the future of our organization. We debate, we deliberate, we dedicate ourselves once again to the 4 pillars that guide us: supporting veterans, strengthening national security, fostering Americanism, and investing in our youth. But beyond resolutions and reports, it's also about you, the men and women who carry the American Legion's mission to every community across the country. Each of you represents not just your department, but also the thousands of veterans and families that you serve back home. And thank you for that from me. Your work, mentoring young people and helping veterans access care, support military families, standing watch for your fellow comrades, is what gives purpose to this organization. We have to have our why. Florida's proud to host you. We're home to nearly 1.5 million veterans, and our posts are strong, active, and dedicated. You all know that we went through a lot this past year with the hurricanes. One of the posts that you've been visiting lately, having several events, has just recently totally grand reopened and got hit by all 3, Deborah, Helene, and Milton, and got affected. And many of the posts that you're visiting around here were directly affected. And with your help and the assistance that so many departments reached up and helped out through the National Emergency Fund and other charities, was able to help these posts get back up and running and do the work that they were designed to do. So thank you once again on behalf of my department. I know that the Spirit is alive in every department represented here today, and together we form one Legion, united in purpose and service. As you go about the business of this convention, I encourage you to take time to reconnect with one another. I've got a lot of friends I met through these national conventions, and it's really, really cool to be with y'all. Share ideas, and to draw strength from the friendships and the camaraderie that only Legionnaires can know. And when you can, enjoy a little bit of Tampa's hospitality, culture, and history, and I'm sure we all have been doing that, even with our liquid sunshine. And by the way, you're welcome to take a couple buckets of it back with you when you go. In closing, for real, welcome to Florida, welcome to Tampa, welcome to the 106th National Convention of the American Legion. May our work here be productive, our fellowship inspiring, and our commitment to veterans and their families as strong as ever. Thank you. God bless the American Legion, the great state of Florida, and the United States of America. Keep it real. Once again, stay groovy, keep it real.
A retired Navy captain and graduate of the United States Naval Academy, our next speaker was elected National Commander of the American Legion in 2009. During his year as our commander, he led a national social media campaign that earned Operation Comfort Warriors first place and a $250,000 grant from Pepsi-Cola. The American Legion's social media presence expanded greatly during his year as National Commander. Please welcome the President of the American Legion National Convention Corporation of Florida and my friend, past National Commander, Clarence Hill.
My 6 pages here. Legionnaires, distinguished guests, family, and friends, good afternoon. On behalf of the Tampa Convention Corporation, it is my sincere honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 106th National Convention of the American Legion here in the heart of beautiful Tampa, Florida. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival, and I can assure you that our city is ready to give you a warm Florida welcome and a convention experience to remember. As you heard from Mayor Castor, Tampa is a city with a deep respect for our military and veteran community. From our proud connection to MacDill Air Force Base, ComCent, and Special Operations Command, to our many local Legion posts, this is a community that embraces patriotism, service, and the values the American Legion stands for. It's a city built on tradition, driven by innovation, and blessed with sunshine, hospitality, and heart. As president of the Convention Corporation, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the incredible teams who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this convention possible. Our planning committee, our chairman and their hardworking volunteers, our partners at Visit Tampa Bay, our hotel and hospitality professionals, the guidance of the professionals on the national staff, and most importantly, you, the members of the American Legion family. You are what gives this convention life and purpose. It is more than an event. This is a gathering of heroes and their families, a celebration of service, and a moment to renew the mission that binds us all. As you begin your work here, I invite you to take full advantage of all Tampa has to offer. As the mayor said, visit the Riverwalk, stroll through Ybor City, enjoy some Cuban cuisine or fresh seafood, or catch one of our famous sunsets over the bay. Jeez, who wrote this? But as you visit the sights and sounds, I hope what you take with you is a sense of appreciation support, and pride this city and this state has for you. We are honored to have you here. We are grateful for your service, and we are proud to be part of your continuing legacy of leadership, advocacy, and commitment to veterans and communities nationwide. Welcome to Tampa. Welcome to your 106th National Convention, and thank you for continuing to inspire this nation with your service, past, present, and future. God bless you. God bless the American Legion. God bless this nation. Thank you.
The American Legion has a strong and mutually beneficial relationship with the organization represented by our next guest. USAA, like the American Legion, cares about financial security for members of current military members and of veterans from previous generations. After a very distinguished Air Force career that spanned more than 3 decades, this retired Major General is now responsible for leading the Enterprise Survivors Relations team and life claims at USAA. Please give a warm welcome to USAA Vice President of Survivorship, Major General LaBruta, United States Air Force, retired.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How we doing out there? Got to hear you from the back. How you doing back there? I know you just got back from lunch, okay? I got to tell you, it's just magnificent to be here and for Florida to be back again. I actually spent 2 years at CENTCOM, just down the street at MacDill Air Force Base. I should correct that. I didn't spend any time here. My family did, and I was downrange in Southwest Asia, but they enjoyed every moment. And then to have the Texas delegation up at the front, good to see you. Post 2 in the house. Great to see you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honorable members of the American Legion, the Sons of the American Legion Auxiliary, and the American Legion Riders. My name's Major General Bob LaBruta, United States Air Force retired. Fly, fight, and win, all right? Heard a lot about 250 years from the other services. I love the other services, but we've had 78 great years of service ourselves. I'm also honored to be the Vice President of Survivorship for USAA, and that's what brings me here today. It's a true honor to be back, and if I understand it, 106th National Convention. This is the largest one in America. Is that what I heard? Congratulations to all you. Thanks for showing up, thanks for showing out, and thanks for what you do every single day. I joined the Air Force 26 August 1981. I went through basic military training at then Lackland Air Force Base, the gateway to the United States Air Force. I like to tell everybody that I was a 2-striper that became a 2-star general, and then I retired in 2019 and I became that 2-striper all over again. For 38 years, I was privileged to wear the uniform of the United States Air Force, serving alongside some of the best men and women our nation has to offer. Throughout my military career, and now even more as a civilian, I see the profound impact, and I feel the profound impact of organizations like the American Legion. On behalf of USAA's 38,000 employees, thank you. Thank you for being a powerful voice for veterans, a steadfast champion for military families, and a force for good in communities across America. Give yourselves a round of applause. USAA and the American Legion We're bound by a common purpose. For more than a century, both organizations have been driven by a singular mission to improve the lives of the military community. USAA began in 1922 with 25 soldiers. They were unable to get insurance from an insurance company at the time because of the unique risks. So what did they do? What military service members always do. They solved their own problem. They created their own company, built on the bedrock of trust, insuring each other's vehicles and their futures. The American Legion arose from a similar need in 1919 to ensure those returning from home from the war that was supposed to end all wars received the benefits they earned through service, access to meaningful education and employment, and the opportunity to continue serving their communities. For 15 years, USAA and the American Legion have forged a strong and enduring partnership built on mutual respect, shared values, and a deep commitment to those who've worn the cloth of our nation. Your work speaks for itself. From your tireless advocacy that has helped shape policies that improve the lives of countless veterans and active service members, your incredible support and programs that bolster the youth of America, your unyielding support to wounded warriors, and to your dedicated efforts honoring our fallen comrades. Like us, you lead with unwavering purpose and heart. That kind of leadership is precisely why USAA and I are proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in the trenches. At USAA, we're dedicated to showing up for our members and the broader military community as well. In the everyday moments like trying to purchase insurance products, but most importantly, when they need us most. In my line of business, when a member loses a loss of a loved one. We're doubling down on that commitment, going beyond providing financial insurance products to actively advocating for positive change on issues that matter most to our veterans and military families, just like you. Through initiatives like Face the Fight, we're investing in military health and suicide prevention because no veteran should ever feel alone and no veteran should ever lose hope. The American Legion, yeah, please bring it up. The American Legion has been critical and been a great partner on this front. Your Be the One initiative plays an important role in advancing our common goal to eliminate veteran suicide once and for all. Today, I can report that more than 250 organizations have joined the cause, and the Face the Fight program has already helped 40,000 veterans access evidence-based care, impacting over 350,000 lives. And together, as partners, we believe that we can save 6,500 lives by 2032. How about that, huh? So thank you for your leadership and thank you for your partnership in that endeavor. We're also working tirelessly to ensure our products and services remain affordable and accessible to those who need them most. We know how frustrating the rising rates are, and the costs, and the real burden those costs have on family budgets. That's why we're using our voice to advocate for reforms that will decrease unnecessary litigation and help insurers set rates more accurately, making coverage more available and affordable for consumers. And where possible, we're also leveraging technology to help our members prevent claims altogether. And I know those of you who lived in this community, that's critically important to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, our job is simple: to help protect and restore lives. And when the worst happens, we will be at our best providing the exceptional service and caring support our members expect, deserve, and have earned through their selfless sacrifice for this great nation. I'm often reminded, service doesn't end when we take off the uniform. It transforms. I'm incredibly proud that my service has evolved into serving my fellow veterans and military families, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to represent USAA with all of you today. Thank you again. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to this critical community. Together, we will continue to support those who have served, and we will build a future worthy of their sacrifice. Thank you so much.
She is an active clinician and board certified in psychiatry and internal medicine. She previously served as chief medical officer for Magellan Prescription Management, where she led the development of patient-centered clinical programs, quality, and drug information. She also served as chief medical officer for regional health plans, where she gained experience in Medicaid, Medicare, exchange, and commercial populations. She is now the president and chief medical officer of Magellan Health. Please welcome Dr. Carolyn Carney, MD.
I'll start with hello of my home state, Iowa, and my current state, Arizona. It's nice to be here. My name is Dr. Caroline Carney, and I am now the CEO of Magellan Health. Who would know that growing up in a town of 600 in Iowa, someone would be able to have the life I have had, and I'm going to share with you why that is. It's because I am the proud daughter of a Korean War veteran. I am the sister of 2 retired naval officers, and I am the aunt of a Marine naval officer. My niece is a naval officer, and another nephew who serves in the Air Force. We come from a long family of those who have given service, and I am incredibly proud to be here today to address you all. When someone asks me, what's the defining moment of your career, I don't think back to recent years. I think back to when I was 17 years old and I was elected the governor of Iowa Girls State. That was more important to me than anything in my whole career. Why? Because I spent the next year, my 17th year, touring the state of Iowa and visiting posts all over the state and listening to stories, your stories, that fill my heart to this day. And I am so very thankful for that experience. I am delighted to see that Girls State and Boys State continue to thrive, and Girls Nation and Boys Nation continue to thrive. Thank you all for giving other kids that experience. Thank you for letting kids from small towns in rural Iowa know that they can be and achieve. Today, I'm here to speak about the work that Magellan Health and WellCare do. WellCare is our partner company, and WellCare works in concert with veterans across the country. Many years ago, when my parents aged into Medicare, my dad a veteran, it was a confusing process to navigate through all of the various opportunities. Even as a doctor, I was poorly equipped to guide and direct them. I wish that they had what WellCare now brings to the American Legion members. In August of 2023, WellCare proudly became the official Medicare Advantage partner of the American Legion. Our goal in the partnership was to connect Medicare-eligible veterans, their spouses, and the greater military community with innovative products and solutions that complement the benefits that you all receive through the Veterans Affairs Healthcare Organization. Together with the American Legion, WellCare is continuing to ensure that veterans across the country understand their healthcare options and have access to resources that truly do make a difference. We are also deeply committed to addressing one of the most pressing issues facing the veteran community: mental health issues and suicide. Through our partnership, we aim to reduce stigma, to raise awareness, and to provide meaningful support to prevent veteran suicide and to promote emotional well-being. WellCare is action-oriented. Our company has taken many steps forward in the last year. So far this year, we've conducted numerous virtual webinars that explain how Medicare Advantage benefits work with VA benefits. We have hosted hundreds of in-person events at local posts all over the country. We continue to educate members how to make the most of their Medicare Advantage plans. But our deeper mission is to foster meaningful connections, to combat social isolation, and to support mental well-being within your communities. We built a community relations team that has been working to build strong local relationships and to support impactful initiatives in your communities. A standout example is our collaboration with Post 172 in Mercedes, Texas, where we've actively participated in monthly meetings and family nights. Together, we've supported efforts such as donating hygiene items for deployed troops, distributing bottled water to flood-affected residents, and sponsoring the Post's second annual bike ride to raise funds for a facility dedicated to mental health needs of female veterans. Beyond local posts, our team has also attended over 20 department conferences to connect with post leaders and staff, to share best practices from across the country and explore new opportunities for collaboration. WellCare was honored to sponsor the American Legion Legacy Run in 2024 and again in 2025. This powerful tradition unites riders and communities in support of military families. Our sponsorship reflects deep respect for this mission. We provide custom ride bags at the start, refreshments at support stops along the route, and we host a celebratory finish that includes a commemorative challenge coin to honor the rider's dedication. And over the past year, we've deepened our engagement with the Legionnaire Insurance Trust, reinforcing our shared commitment to veteran well-being. Additionally, we've begun a meaningful collaboration with the American Legion Auxiliary, expanding our support to include the families and communities that stand behind our veterans. WellCare listened to your experiences and wisdom, helping us develop a deeper understanding of the critical importance of mental health in the veteran community. In doing so, we've enhanced our Medicare Advantage product to include expanded mental health benefits to ensure that you all have greater access to the care and support that you deserve. Mental health impacts are real, and they often start prior to employment and during deployment. Because of this, Magellan Health, the WellCare partner, goes to work every day on bases across the world to support those in active duty. Magellan partners with the Department of Defense to deliver free, confidential, face-to-face counseling through the Military Family Life Counseling Program. We bring over 1,400 counselors to bases on over 180 military installations, including 14 right here in Florida. We bring rapid response to crises, including Hurricanes Milton and Helene, the January 2025 tragic mid-air collision in Washington, D.C., and the recent CDC shootings, providing counseling, outreach, and resource navigation to those in crisis. Every month, Magellan Health delivers over 92,000 counseling sessions, 46,000 consultations to military leadership and child developmental and school staff on bases, over 56,000 outreach and engagement services, and over 83,000 referrals to behavioral health services and community resources. In doing this work, our MFLAC counselors specialize in applying evidence-based interventions that address the complex life situations of those who are in active duty. Does it work? Absolutely, it works. It's a take-home message of this talk today. Mental health services work. For all of those individuals who experienced moderate to severe issues upon entering counseling, over 89% report that they have improved. They have been able to manage the issue that they sought help for, and they have recognized the transformative impact of getting mental health care. I'm often asked by veterans such as yourselves, what can I do to help someone? Identify, understand, and respond. Through identifying people in distress, we can reach them earlier before the worst outcomes happen. Important signs and symptoms include withdrawal and sadness, increasing irritability and anger, increasing use of substances, focusing on the negative, expressing feelings of being a burden, and talking about death or suicide. Respond by providing active listening. Ask questions about how they're feeling. Never be afraid to ask if that person is considering suicide. Share the stories of when you've had a time in need or of those who you have helped through their crises. Respond by connecting them to the resources in the community, through the Legion, through the VA, through the 988 crisis line or text services. And if they are suicidal, drive them to the emergency room. Never let them be alone. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice and being a partner of WellCare and letting me be a part of the 106th National Convention. With the annual enrollment period right around the corner, it's a great time to partner with WellCare so we can help educate veterans on their Medicare Advantage options while also working with your post to bring communities together. If your department or post hasn't yet connected with WellCare, please do so. I know there were booths out in the hall earlier that are coming down, but WellCare representatives will be here at the meeting. And remember always, you are the front line in caring for each other. That duty to serve each other never ends, even after deployment. We all are brothers and sisters in mental health and in the prevention of suicide. And I believe that with the work you have done and the contributions you have made to our country and our communities, you will always be brothers and sisters in preventing suicide and helping individuals receive the help that they need. Thank you so very much. Have a great conference.
Once again, I just want to remind you, because you may have noticed it in the back of this hall, is the booth, the informational booth about the American Legion's 1919 Society. I highly recommend you visit the booth during your breaks when you get the chance. You'll be here throughout the convention. You can see why so many generous donors strongly believe that our Veterans Children's Foundation is a program worth supporting. Thank you. Well, it truly has been a fantastic year and everything. I can't really say that there's particular highlights because in our eyes and minds and everything, the whole year has truly been highlighted. You know, our overseas tours around the states and everything. When you sit back and you see the Legion family united, you know, in our programs and events, including the disasters. When we had the opportunity to go into Florida, North Carolina, West Virginia, Tennessee, to see the areas of destruction and see the Legion family pulling together and working with the community and being an integral part of the community. The fires in California, you know, the same thing. It's just amazing, you know, the value of the American Legion family above and beyond the four pillars, you know. Truly shows what we're all about. To sit back and take part in celebrations, to take part in Be the One awareness, which has been very big for me this year, really driving the fact that it truly is a mission to save the life of a veteran, their child, and their spouse. And I've been carrying the message forward from my dear friend, past National Commander Dan Seehafer, of how the American Legion is all about changing lives and saving lives. But I've also been throwing in my own personal connection to it, you know, and that's utilizing our compassion, our heart, and our senses. To me, it was very important coming off the fall meetings when Butch and I changed our travel schedule to go into Florida right off the bat to see all the heavy destruction, because to me it was important to have the national face present out there to let them know that the American Legion truly does care. We care about our members, we care about our communities, we care about what's happening in America. The Army-Navy game, you know, this year was absolutely fantastic. The collaborations that we had, the being physically, you know, on the field, you know, to see the pre-game and everything, and it's physically on the field when the parachuters came down and that. But the opportunity that we had, the network with people, and I think one of my personal highlights out of the game, because we just passed the Elizabeth Dole Act a day or two beforehand, when Elizabeth Dole herself came up into our suite. You know, and I had the opportunity to actually speak with her for a few minutes and get a picture taken with her. And that inauguration ball was, gala ball was absolutely fantastic. To have the opportunity to meet with a lot of the Medal of Honor recipients, to have conversations with them. So the gala ball was absolutely a big hit for the American Legion. We've testified almost 20 times already this year in different avenues, which is a huge change for the American Legion, because years gone by, we've averaged 4, maybe 5 times a year. And with the 119th Congress, we're up to almost 20 times already. And that says an awful lot about the American Legion. We're just out in Hillsdale College for the National Oratorical Contest and everything. For those who have never been out to the national contest before, I encourage you to take the time to go out there, because it truly was a fantastic contest. It was very, very close, you know, very competitive. But to actually get the opportunity to speak with our youth and the family members, you know, and how grateful they are for the American Legion. In Wisconsin with the Wisconsin Police Academy and everything. Absolutely fantastic program. And I know a lot of our departments nationwide have such a program as well. And it's very encouraging for our youth, and get the opportunity to speak with them. Yeah, with the overseas travels and everything, you know, you can see that the face and voice of America, you know, is very strong. And I myself, being the face and voice of the American Legion, you know, during the course of this year and everything, we kept our discussions within the scope and confinements of the American Legion, but you can sit back and see the true support and acknowledgments that we got overseas. I started the year off, we were in Quebec, Canada, you know, for our AN events, and then later on the fall time, we went to Taipei, Taiwan, And I had the opportunity to meet with the brand new president over there. And I was told beforehand, he's only going to give us about 10 minutes of your time. So after we did our intros and our speeches, and then he chased the media out of the room, we were actually in the room for about a half hour. We had a very nice dialogue for about a half hour and everything. Then we went to Guam, and speaking with the general out there, he was very glad to hear and see that the American Legion truly does care about them and that we're out there to advocate on their behalf. The European tour, we ran into the same thing when we went over to Poland, Naples, Italy. We went over to Ramstein, Landstuhl, and then over to Berlin in Germany. And then we wrapped it up with Normandy and Paris, France, and that. But there is an awful lot going on overseas, and the overseas trips are definitely worth it. Every day there's a new highlight. We had the opportunity to meet with townspeople, meet with generals, commandants, opportunities to meet with principals, directors, opportunities to get into VA hospitals and see box and see what's all happening, and hear what's going on in the briefings and get firsthand knowledge, and translate that information over to our DC staff to try to make a difference. Let them know that we do care about them. We care about the quality of life for the veterans, their families, for our troops. But every day we learn something new. And to me, that's probably the most important part of this job, is being able to learn and share the knowledge that we're gaining on a daily basis. In closing, I just want to sincerely thank the American Legion family for everything that you do, and to continue using your compassion and your heart, and also keep in mind my personal and secondary theme, which is based on my love for the American Legion family, my love for the great United States of America, and that love is LUV, loyalty, unity, and valor. God bless you all. Thank you. American Legion family, delegates, and guests, do you feel the love? By what I mean by love is our true loyalty, our unity, our value. From my standpoint, there is plenty of love in this hall today. Do you all feel it? Our love is shown through each of our 4 pillars. Love for our veterans, love for our troops, love for the youth of this nation, and of course, our love for this great country. Over the past year, I've traveled across our nation, meeting Legionnaires in large cities and small towns, at posts buzzing with activities and others rebuilding after adversity. What I've witnessed time and again is the unwavering devotion to service. Service to our veterans, to our communities, and to the ideals that define the United States of America. For you are the heart of this great organization. You are the ones that keep the promise we made to leave no veteran behind, to advocate tirelessly, and to stand as a powerful united voice for those who have served. Since our founding in 1919, the American Legion has led from the front, whether it was creating the original GI Bill, supporting military families, or ensuring access to high-quality health care for veterans. We have kept our commitment to America for more than 106 years now. But we also recognize that our legacy is not just viewed as something that we have done. It is judged by what we continue to do today. Every flag placed, every youth supported through our Veterans and Children Foundation, every service officer who helps a veteran navigate the VA system, these are not just tasks for us. They are acts of patriotism. They are acts of love. We face some monumental challenges today. Preventing suicide through our Be the One mission, the widening occurrence of veteran homelessness, transition support for post-9/11 veterans, and ensuring accountability at the VA, Complacency is not an option. Failure is not an option. There is simply too much at stake. According to a VA report, veterans ages 18 to 34 have a suicide rate 3 times higher. That's triple than those who have not served in the military. We must and we will break this trend. Suicide prevention is not a simple process with a simple outcome. If it were, we would have solved this years ago. The factors that lead these tragedies are many: homelessness, substance abuse, PTSD, joblessness, isolation. This is why we should all embrace our Be the One mission. We all have different backgrounds, circumstances, and experiences. We can all solve this together as long as we are one, with a common purpose, a common goal, and a common mission: to be the one, to save one. If you are not familiar with our Be the One resources, please visit BeTheOne.org. Let me be clear. The American Legion does not retreat from any challenge. We engage, we lead, we serve, and we love those for whom we all pledged our preamble to support. This year, we are not just celebrating what has been, we are laying the foundation for what is to come. We are expanding our digital presence. We are increasing our outreach to like-minded organizations and corporations. We are serving our communities, and we are preparing to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation on earth. We don't have to just passively watch others celebrate America's 250. We can be a part of it. If you haven't signed up for our USA 250 Challenge, you can do that right here today after our convention. This year, Long Initiative offers 3 categories: fitness, mental wellness, and community service. In an effort, no, it's an opportunity to engage with your fellow American Legion family members and friends. You can pick 1, 2, why not all 3 categories by participating in an activity of your choice. Proceeds raised during the 250 Challenge will go to our Veterans and Children's Foundation, a great cause with a great purpose. Just go to the Legion National website, legion.org/USA250 to find out all the details and to sign up. I'm just going to start speaking from the heart. I am so damn proud and honored of each and every one of you, the members of the American Legion family. You heard and saw snippets of our year traveling and everything. And what we saw was the Legion family in action. The Legion family was in action not because of obligation, not because of a desire. It was because of compassion and heart. They were there for their brothers and sisters. They were there for their neighbors. And I'm talking in times of disasters and times of non-disasters. The American Legion families that we got to see in action throughout the great United States of America were engaged and following our preamble, serving community, state, and nation. The video was actually produced just prior to going to South Korea. which we had a fantastic visit out there, a fantastic tour out there as well, and also before we went to Texas. So I do want to add those two into the schedule because we even got to, we saw the devastation out in Florida, North Carolina, West Virginia, parts of Tennessee, Georgia, but also we had the opportunity to see the devastation out there in Texas and everything. And in the early going, we sat back and, well, most of the people in this room already know me. I'm going to say it the way sometimes it gets me in trouble, sometimes it don't. But going into these areas of devastation, I was pissed. I was pissed. Not with the American Legion family, not with Team Rubicon, not with the American Red Cross, or the townspeople, or anything like that. Because I was proud of them. They were out there being proactive. They were taking care of one another. At that time, which I have a better understanding these days, but at that time I was pissed with the government. But it's because things weren't working the way I thought they should have. But the American Legion family, you would not have noticed that there was hiccups in the road. The way this family worked within their post, the way they worked within the community. Because they themselves had homes that were damaged. They themselves had a post that were almost lost. They're no different than the townspeople. But then you turn around and you see the fantastic programs that we had to see, that we had the opportunity to take part in, to watch in action and everything. And I'll tell you what, around this great nation, I stole a lot of ideas with y'all realizing that, but hopefully we'll bring a lot back to Connecticut as well. But I just want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to our national leadership, the national staff, the past national commanders, my family and friends, and most of all, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be your face and voice for a year as we together are the voice for all of our veterans and their families throughout the great United States of America. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May God bless all of you. May God bless the great United States of America. Thank you, everybody. Don't worry, I'm not going to open up the report again. That was the end of it. But I do have a point of privilege to make. I would be remiss if I did not remember a man who lifted up everyone who knew him. He was a great Legionnaire and a great national commander. On April 13th, Miles S. Epan reported to Post Everlasting. Though Miles had already lost both legs while serving in combat as a Marine in Vietnam, he gave his heart to the American Legion. Please turn your attention to the monitors so we can hear the words of this outstanding American.
I was drafted, and I ended up enlisting and going into the United States Marine Corps with 3 other guys. We had a choice when we went in to go to either San Diego or Parris Island, but we'd never been to the West Coast, so we chose San Diego. Basically went through basic training, which was the worst 13 weeks of my life, and then to ITR, and then 3 out of the 4 of us were shipped to Vietnam. I got in Vietnam in December of 1968, and I was wounded on March 15th of '69. We were on patrol, and we were hit with one of our 105 rounds that they blew up on us, and I lost both my legs. The initial blast killed 2 people and wounded 3 of us, and then I think there was 1 or 2 more wounded in the ambush before we got out of there. And after I got home from the Marine Corps in '69, and I joined the Legion, it's kind of been my life since. We had an adjutant here in West Virginia that passed away, and the leadership of West Virginia came to me and asked me if I would consider coming in here and working. And I told them I'd do it for a couple of years, and now we're starting on year 13, so. '88, I became the lead candidate, and in '89, I was elected national commander in Baltimore. Well, of course, the one big highlight is always, to get to go to the White House and go into the Oval Office, and I was lucky I got to do that twice during my term. But there's so many good things the year you're national commander. The people you get to meet, from state to state, and everybody treats you so good. And it's just a tremendous year. It's probably the best year of your life. I just totally enjoyed being the commander. The Berlin Wall went down the year I was national commander. That was really, really something to see. I think the greatest thing we did the year I was commander, and I already mentioned it, was getting the 3 million member goal. That was our goal from the beginning, is to make sure we carried on with the 3 million member theme, and we did. I think we had 3.2 or something like that. And I think that was the greatest thing we did that year. The Legion represents the veterans, and our job in the American Legion is to make sure that we take care of all the veterans, no matter what war they are or conflict. We're here for them, and we want them to know that we're here for them and that we're working for them every day. That's our job. Probably will be doing something with the American Legion until the day I die, because I have the love for it and I enjoy it so much. It's just inside you, I think, that you feel the love for your country, you love the American Legion, and you go out and work for it every day.
I now call to the podium past National Commander Daniel Ludwig of Minnesota to say a few words about past National Commander Epan.
Good afternoon, Legion family. I'd like to now invite you to fondly remember Commander Miles Epling with me. Miles Epling could have chosen a lesser life. He could have felt sorry for himself and withdrawn from society. He could have turned his back on others, lamenting his own situation, but he did not. As the American Legion is based because an American Legion is blessed because of that. As a young man with his life in front of him, Miles lost both legs after stepping on a landmine while on patrol in Vietnam. He was medically discharged from the United States Marine Corps in 1969, earning a Purple Heart. But instead of going home to West Virginia and wondering what if, he chose to continue his service to his nation and his fellow veterans through another outlet, the American Legion. Joining American Legion Post 23 in Point Pleasant, a membership he would hold until his death last April, Miles would work his way through various leadership positions of the organization, that would become his passion. He was eventually elected department commander, alternate National Executive Committeeman, and then National Vice Commander. And then in Baltimore, 1989, 20 years after losing both legs, Miles was elected American Legion National Commander at an age of 39. He was just the second Vietnam veteran to be elected to the American Legion's highest office and the youngest from the Vietnam era to achieve that position. Think about it, 20 years after having his life completely changed within a matter of seconds, and you've gone on to accomplish what Miles did that day. It's inspiring. And it was courageous, because the position of American Legion National Commander carries with it a great deal of responsibility. Anyone who has served in that role can attest to that. It requires travel, typically to every state and across the world. Long hours, in and out of cars, planes, hotel rooms, not to mention attending the organization's national meetings. Miles did it, and while missing 2 legs, and he did it well. He was a staunch supporter of the constitutional amendment to protect the U.S. flag from physical desecration. Shortly before his election, the U.S. Supreme Court's ruling in Texas v. Johnson upheld the rights of protesters to burn the American flag. Miles led the American Legion in calling for a constitutional amendment to make desecration of the flag illegal, knowing full well congressional action only wasn't enough. Miles said at the time, "I'm not ashamed to admit it. Our flag to me is the living symbol of all things good and true that my buddies laid down their lives for. In life, they respected and loved what it stands for, and in death, it draped their caskets in honored glory and in memory of who they were, what they did, and why they did it. When someone burns that flag or spits on it or tramples it, then they are desecrating not just the flag, but the memory of those brave men and women." Miles also saw a need for continued research in the effects of Agent Orange on his fellow Vietnam War veterans. Shortly after presenting Congress with the results from the landmark American Legion-sponsored independent study by Columbia University that established the effects of exposure to Agent Orange on Vietnam veterans, Miles urged the Centers for Disease Control to make studying health conditions related to Agent Orange a priority. Tens of thousands of Vietnam veterans are now suffering from those medical problems, Miles wrote to CDC's Dr. William L. Roper. Thousands more wonder if their exposure to the deadly dioxin planted a ticking time bomb in their bodies, later to develop into disabling and even fatal disease. Some of those veterans or their children have already died, he said. All of them are waiting on our government to give them the benefit of the doubt with favorable findings leading to adequate compensation. It was under Miles' watch and following the devastation caused by Hurricane Hugo and the earthquake in San Francisco that the Legion's National Executive Committee authorized the creation of what is now the National Emergency Fund, or the NEF. By the 1990 National Convention at the end of Miles' year in Indianapolis, more than $500,000 had been raised for the fund. Since then, the National Emergency Fund has delivered over $10 million in aid to Legionnaires and their families, helping to prevent post-closures and supporting recovery efforts. I know the true value of that fund I've seen it up close. 8 years after the NEF's inception, my own state of Minnesota was ravaged by the floods from the Red River and the Minnesota rivers, causing public infrastructure damage of approximately $300 million. $1 million from the NEF was provided to Legionnaires and American Legion posts in Minnesota's Red River Valley. It made a difference. And even after his year as national commander was over, Miles continued to make a difference. He served on various commissions and committees, and in 2002, he was appointed adjutant of the American Legion Department of West Virginia, a position he held until retiring in 2024. He was also dedicated to local government, serving as Mason County Circuit Clerk, Magistrate, and Commissioner. Miles leaves behind 2 sons, 5 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. Last spring, I was asked to share my personal thoughts about Miles as a member of the Legion's Media and Communications Division. And one of the ways I described him was he was a pretty special fella. Today, I still think that sums him up pretty well. He was special, and the American Legion is better for it. So Miles, my buddy, rest in peace. Your duty is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander Ludwig. Would everyone please rise for a moment and uncover in memory of past National Commander Miles S. Epan. Thank you and God bless. Be seated. I now call on National Adjutant Rodney K. Rowland of the Department of Georgia to issue the call for convention.
The 106th Annual National Convention of the American Legion is hereby called to meet in Tampa, Florida, August 22nd through the 28th, 2025. The convention business sessions will be held in the Tampa Convention Center starting at 8:30 a.m. each day from August 26th through the 28th, 2025. The annual National Convention is the American Legion's legislative body. The convention is called for the purpose of setting the American Legion's programs for the ensuing year, amending the national constitution and bylaws, and transacting such other business as may be brought before it. On Thursday, August 28, 2025, by 12 o'clock noon of the final session, or at the conclusion of all other business of the National Convention, whichever first occurs, officers for the ensuing year will be elected, these being the National Commander and 5 National Vice Commanders in sequence. Representation in the convention shall be by department and in accordance with the provisions of the National Constitution, Article 5, Section 3. Each department shall be entitled to 5 delegates and 1 additional delegate for each 1,000 members or major fraction thereof, whose current dues have been received by the National Treasurer 30 days prior to the meeting of said convention, July the 28th, 2025, and whose registration fees, as fixed by the National Executive Committee for its total authorized delegate strength, have been paid, and to one alternate for each delegate. In addition to the above, the members of the National Executive Committee are delegates to the National Convention with vote, which shall be exercised with their respective departments, except that the vote of the National Commander shall be exercised only in his capacity as chairman of the National Convention, Article 7, Section 3. Each duly registered delegate shall be entitled to one vote, Article 5, Section 4. Delegates to the National Convention shall be accredited in writing to the National Adjutant in the number and manner prescribed by Articles 5, 6, and 7 of our national Constitution. The rights of the departments to make and accredit substitutions for the absentee delegates or alternate delegates shall be recognized by the National Adjutant, provided that such substitution shall be officially certified by the Department Commander or Department Adjutant at the time of the certification required by the National Constitution or at the time prior to the adjournment of the first session of the National Convention. Alternates shall have the power to vote only in the absence of the regular delegates. The selection of alternates to represent absent delegates is a matter for decision within the respective delegations. The vote of any registered absent delegates who are not represented by an alternate shall be cast by the majority of the registered delegates present from one's department. The post-convention meeting of the new National Executive Committee will be held at the call of the National Commander within 24 hours after the adjournment of the National Convention, as provided by the national bylaws. Department officials, unless elected as delegates or alternates to the National Convention, have no privileges in the convention except as guests of their respected delegations. Americanism Convention Committee, 1 delegate. Constitutional Amendments Convention Committee, 1 delegate. Credentials and Rules Convention Committee, 1 delegate. Finance Convention Committee, 1 delegate. Internal Affairs Convention Committee, 1 delegate. Legislation Convention Committee, 1 delegate. National Security Convention Committee, 1 delegate. Veteran Affairs and Rehabilitation Convention Committee, 1 delegate. Veterans Employment and Education Convention Committee, 1 delegate. Signed, James A. LaCourcier, Jr., National Commander. Attest, Rodney K. Rowland, National Adjutant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adjutant. I now declare the 106th Annual National Convention of the American Legion to be regularly convened. Before we hear our next report, would anybody who plans to present donations for American Legion charities, the National Emergency Fund, and Operation Comfort Warriors, please begin gathering backstage center area. At this time, the chair recognizes Terry Aldenor of Illinois, chairman of the National Convention Committee on Credentials and Rules, for the purpose of making a report.
Good afternoon, Commander and my fellow delegates. There were 47 delegates to the Committee on Credentials and Rules, which met at 8:30 a.m. August 24, 2025, at the Marriott Water Street, Florida, Salon 5, second floor. A quorum was declared. Myself, Terry Abdelnor of Illinois, was elected chairman. Jody Pajak of Massachusetts was elected secretary. The committee proceeded to the business agenda by considering the rules of the convention. A motion was unanimously approved by the committee to adopt the rules of the convention as they appear in the Uniform Code of Procedure for the organization of the National Conventions of the American Legion, as approved by the National Executive Committee on May 8th and 9th, 2024, which you will find printed on page 25 in this year's National Convention Guidebook. It was regularly moved and seconded and carried to accept the delegate strength report as reported by the National Adjutant certifying membership 30 days prior to National Convention, which is based upon the provisions of Article 5, Section 3 of the National Constitution, which the National Adjutant just stated in the call for convention. In accordance with the membership report certified to the Convention Committee on Credentials and Rules by the National Adjutant on July 31st, 2025, and in accordance with Article 5 of the National Constitution, the voting strength of the 54 departments is 1,775, plus the national commander, for a total of 1,776 delegates to the National Convention, allocated as follows. Alabama, 23 delegates. Alaska, 13. Arizona, 43. Arkansas, 15. California, 77. Connecticut, 20. Delaware, 14. District of Columbia, 7. Florida, 114. France, 9. Georgia, 41. Hawaii, 8. Idaho, 15. Illinois, 65, Indiana, 66, Iowa, 40, Kansas, 24, Kentucky, 21, Latin America, 7, Louisiana, 21, Maine, 21, Maryland, 50, Massachusetts, 33, Michigan, 62, Minnesota, 62, Mississippi, 15, Missouri, 34, Montana, 15, Nebraska, 28, Nevada, 12, New Hampshire, 20, New Jersey, 38, New Mexico, 15, New York, 84, North Carolina, 41, North Dakota, 17, Ohio, 77, Oklahoma, 19, Oregon, 20, Pennsylvania, 119, Philippines, 7, Puerto Rico, 10, Rhode Island, 9, South Carolina, 28, South Dakota, 21, Tennessee, 27, Texas, 64, Utah, 12, Vermont, 14, Virginia, 49, Washington, 26, West Virginia, 18, Wisconsin, 54, Wyoming, 11. The Credentials and Rules Committee did not receive any resolutions for consideration or action to be taken. It was also regularly moved and seconded and carried that the committee chairman and secretary be authorized to sign the report on behalf of the committee. By a unanimous vote, the meeting of Credentials and Rules Committee was recessed at 8:49 a.m. Commander, as a duly elected and registered delegate from the Department of Illinois, I move that the report of the Convention Committee on Credentials and Rules, to include the aforementioned delegate strength report and the adoption of the standing rules of the convention as they appear in the Uniform Code of Procedure for the organization of national conventions of the American Legion, be approved.
We heard that loud and clear. We have a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Thanks, Terry. I now entertain a motion to adopt the rules of convention. Hear a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. The chair recognizes Gaither M. Keener, Jr. of North Carolina, Chairman of the National Convention Committee on Finance, for the purpose of making a report.
Mr. Commander, delegates of the convention, 47 members met at Tampa Marriott Water Street at 9 a.m. on Sunday, August 24, 2025, in Tampa, Florida. Andrew Beck, Corporate Controller at the American Legion National Headquarters, opened the meeting as staff liaison and informed the committee that nominations were in order for chairman and secretary. A motion was made to elect me, Gaither M. Keener, Jr. of North Carolina, as chairman by William Fiesemeyer of Virginia, which was seconded by Walter Ivey of Texas. Gaither M. Keener, Jr. of North Carolina was elected by unanimous vote. A motion was made to elect Walter Ivey, Texas, as secretary by Gaither M. Keener, Jr. of North Carolina, and seconded by William Fiesemeyer of Virginia. Walter Ivey, Texas, was elected unanimously. Vince Gong, Illinois, made a motion to empower the secretary to deliver the report on the convention floor if the chairman was unable. The motion was seconded by Robert Newell, New Jersey, and passed by unanimous vote. Reports were received from David F. Wallace, Virginia, chairman of the Media and Communications Commission, and by Paul Everson, South Dakota, chairman of the Marketing Commission. Chairman Keener reported that the 2024 consolidated financial statements are still under audit by our accountants, Crowe LLP. Results of the audit will be reported at the fall meeting of the NEC. The chairman introduced the National Treasurer, Sean Long, Indiana, who updated committee on the liquidity and investments position of the national organization. Treasurer Long completed his report with a recommendation for national per capita to remain at $23.50 in the membership year of 2026. John Buckwater of Missouri made a motion to maintain dues at $23.50. The motion was seconded by Barbara Lombrado, Washington, and passed by unanimous vote. Chairman Keener recognized NEC liaison and members of the Finance Commission for their service. Chairman Keener introduced Andrew Beck to report on the financial activities of the national organization. Chairman Keener presented 2 resolutions to be voted on by the National Convention Committee on Finance. Chairman Keener read the resolve clause of Resolution 6, South Dakota, and Resolution 10, Minnesota. Both related to the dues distribution to departments. I believe 6 was Florida, if I remember correctly. A motion to consolidate Resolution 6 and 10, with the Resolution 6 being referred to the Standing Committee on Finance, was made by Vince Gong, Illinois, and seconded by Paul Morin, Massachusetts. The motion passed by unanimous vote. A motion was made by William Fiesemeyer, Virginia, to empower the chairman and secretary to sign the report on behalf of the Convention Committee on Finance after it was created. Motion was seconded by Vince Gong, Illinois. The motion was passed unanimously. A motion was made jointly by Vince Gong, Illinois, and Robert Newell, New Jersey, to authorize the chairman and secretary to make technical corrections to the resolutions reported out of the Convention Committee on Finance to ensure proper wording and form without changing the substance of meeting or the resolutions. Motion was seconded by Barbara Lombardo of Washington and was passed by unanimous vote. There was no further business before the committee. The meeting recessed, subject to call of the chair at 9:47. Mr. Commander, as a delegate to this convention from the Department of North Carolina, I move the report of the Convention Committee on Finance be accepted, approved, adopted, and filed, and be the action of the American Legion 106th Convention delegates unanimously.
We have a motion second on the floor. Is there any discussion? All those in favor signify by aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Next, we will be accepting donations. First for the American Legion charities, then the National Emergency Fund, and finally Operation Comfort Warriors. Those presenting checks, please proceed to the microphone, announce the amount and donor, and go to the front on the floor over here for a photograph. While the photographs are being taken, I ask National Vice Commander Gary B. Leach to assume duties at the lectern.
I'm Bob St. Pierre, immediate past department commander.
John Graham, department adjutant from New Hampshire.
The Live Free or Dies Day, we donate $1,000 to NEF.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Carl Moon. I am the delegate chairman from Minnesota, and with me is our department commander, Linda Dvorak. We're very proud to donate $14,200 to NEF. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Love from the state of Pennsylvania. With me, I have NEC E. Michael Stolatio, alternate NEC Richard Schollendorn, and the department adjutant James Woody Hogan. Soon after the flooding that occurred in North Carolina after the devastation from Hurricane Helene, our department sent a letter to 670 posts in the state asking them to find their hearts to help fellow American Legion posts and members of the American Legion family get back on their feet. This effort resulted in the Department of Pennsylvania being able to handle a check to National Commander LeCourcier at the Spring NEC in the amount of $64,680. That was for the National Emergency Fund. Today, I am proud to add another $8,000 to that amount as our friends in Texas experienced a similar tragedy. This brings our total donation to the NEF from the Department of Pennsylvania this year to $72,680. Pennsylvania proud. Home of past National Commander Ronald F. Conley.
Larry Money from the great state of Michigan, National Executive Committeeman. I have with me our Vice Commander Roger Deaton and Vice Commander Oscar Gomez. We would like to donate $3,000 to the NEF.
Ni hao, Hans Stockenberger, China Post 1 is pleased to present 2 checks for NEF and to OCW, $500 each. Thank you.
Michael Schwartz, Department of Georgia, alongside the alternate NECman, Randy Goodman. Go Dogs. Georgia, where everything's peachy. We donate $15,000 to the NEF.
I'm Todd McKinley, Department Commander of Tennessee, and I'm joined by my adjutant, Dean Tuttle, who's in his 13th year as adjutant, will be his last year as a national convention. Sorry, we donate $10,750 to the NEF, $2,750 to OCW. God bless.
Dan Beliveau from New Hampshire, Vice Commander, and my mentor, past National Vice Commander Bill Roy. I have a little thing here from Daniel Webster. Men hang their signs indicating of their respective trades. Shoemakers hang out a giant shoe. Jewelers, a giant watch. A dentist, a gold tooth. But up in the mountains of New Hampshire, God Almighty has hung out a sign to show that there he makes men. It is our pleasure from Post 2, Henry J. Sweeney of Manchester, New Hampshire, to donate $1,000 to the NEF and $1,000 to the 1919 fund. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Burley Allen Jr. I'm from the Department of New Jersey, and I'm here with my past department commander, Andy Jackson. He's going to tell you a little bit about what NEF has meant for New Jersey.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the NEF was instrumental in showing New Jersey veterans during the days following Hurricane Sandy, when it was there, the financial support that it had almost immediately. As a veteran, we're prepared for adversity and stuff like that, but our families are not. With the American Legion and the NEF showing that money coming back to New Jersey veterans right away, it just keys that pain just a little bit that right away. So we're going to donate $1,500 today, along with our $18,000 we had donated previously. And we just want to say thank you very much to the NEF. Thank you.
My name is Rita Rindahl, Department Vice Commander for the awesome state of Wisconsin. I have with me Department Vice Commander Larry Larson and Department Vice Commander Dave Steinert. And we are here today to present $2,000 to the National Emergency Fund. Wisconsin proud. Thank you.
Good afternoon from the Department of Massachusetts, home of the world-famous New England Patriots. Thank you. Actually, the home of past national commanders Dan Doherty, Jay Comer, and the past national commander who created Operation Comfort Warrior, Paul A. Morin. Today, Sandra Davis, past department commander, and alternate National Executive Committeeman John Lynott presents $2,720 on top of what has already been donated to OCW. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Miller of John Ivins Post 42, the Grand Canyon, Arizona, donating $1,000 to NEF.
Good afternoon. We are North Dakota. We are still legendary. Just had a phone call. The signs are still on the road. We're still good. With me today is myself, Mamie Havelka. We have Mike Wyrek, Legionnaire. We have Michael Almar, Legionnaire. Catherine White Bear, Legionnaire, and Edward Dick, all from the great state of North Dakota. I am very proud to announce that next year in July, we'll have the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library will be opened. So come join us. It is a monumentous event. And in that respect, I also want to, on behalf of North Dakota, we have a check for the National Emergency Fund of $7,600.
much. From Indiana, we have some donations for Operation Comfort Warrior, but first let me introduce our department commander, Ron Patterson, our NEC man, Kenny Cooper, and alternate NEC, Tom Frederick. We have $100 from Ron and Brenda Barley from Boonville, Indiana. Bloomington Post 18, $2,500. Elberfeld Post 351, $1,808. Elberfeld Post 351, $1,500. SAL Squadron 406 from Wheatfield, Indiana, $500. SAL Squadron 145 from Avon, $387. West Lafayette 492, $300. Griffith Post 66, $200. John Vanetta from Tell City, Indiana, $200. Larry Lowry from 2nd District in Indiana, $100. David Hicks from Gary, Indiana, $50. And Boonville American Legion, my home post, a check for $500. A total from Indiana today, $8,145, which puts Indiana well over $100,000 just this year for Operation Comfort Warrior. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Don Fabian, the commander of newly chartered Post 340 in Bainbridge, Georgia. This is my adjutant and wife, Patty Fabian. This past year, we were blessed to house hundreds of the hurricane evacuees from Florida at our post home of Operation at Ease Veterans Retreat Center. And our small town and organization, we were able to raise $1,593 for National Emergency Fund. And if you're in Florida and you get to evacuate a hurricane, look us up. We'll take you.
Good afternoon, Tom Siniglia, past department commander from the great state of North Carolina. Introducing you to our new department commander, Bo Durham.
The great North state of the Carolinas submit $19,090 to the VCF. Hoorah.
Hoorah.
I'm Marvin Weaver Jr. I have with me 4th District Commander Steve Butner. Launchbox. He's also our immediate past state director for the Riders. We have $21,783.05 for Veterans and Children's Foundation.
Ed Richards, American Legion Post 593, Converse, Texas. I am pleased on our Flags on Town Square program to contribute $500 to the National Emergency Foundation.
Good afternoon, delegation chair from the great state of Ohio. With me today is Second Vice Commander Holly Lewis, Adjutant John Robinson, and we are pleased to support both organizations of $10,000 each.
Keith Koster, Delegate Chair for the Department of New York. With me is our Department Commander, John Miga, our Department Adjutant, James Casey. We'd like to recognize, too, the home of New York is the past National Commander, James V. Triola and Fang Wong. We just completed our year in New York, and we raised over $1.5 million and donated for PTSD, TBI, and homeless veterans in our state. And we're here today to donate $1,800 to Operation Comfort Warrior, $11,320 to the National Emergency Fund, and $42,115 to Be the One. Thank you. Go Bills.
American Legion family, this year America reaches an historic milestone, 250 years as a nation.
The American Legion has been part of that history. And U.S. military veterans have always played a big role in our nation's journey.
I am American Legion past National Commander Dan Seehafer, Chairman of the American Legion's Committee to celebrate our nation's 250th birthday.
And I'm past National Commander Denise Rowan, Vice Chair of that committee. And we're asking you to show your colors in this year of honor for our country.
We're calling on all American Legion departments, posts, and members like you to make this a year to celebrate and educate.
Get involved with the America 250 Commission in your state or in your territory.
Learn more about America 250 and how you can actually advance its initiative by visiting america250.org.
Then find your state or territory commission under the Partners tab on the america250.org website.
Secondly, reach out to your local schools and youth groups. The American Legion educates thousands upon thousands of young people each year through youth programs that teach the importance of American values, democracy, and even good citizenship.
Let's make this a banner year for such great American Legion family programs as Boy State, Girl State, Oratorical Championship competitions, American Legion Baseball, junior shooting sports, and others in our local communities.
Also, start planning now, right now, for local and regional events to actually celebrate then our nation's 250th anniversary. And let's show who we are and what we do through the American Legion's USA 250 Challenge.
Community service, fitness, wellness.
Assemble a team or participate individually. You can sign up to see how to really achieve 250 or even more acts of good citizenship at legion.org/USA250/challenge.
These are just some of the ways the entire American Legion family can show our colors. Let's honor the nation we love, the nation we serve, and the values we in the American Legion family uphold every day.
Once again, I'd like to sincerely thank the American Legion and the Legion family for your generous donations. We just now took in for the National Emergency Fund $88,963.31. And for Operation Comfort Warrior, $17,415. Thank you, everybody. I now call on the National Adjutant for any announcements.
Commander, I have no announcements at this time.
Well, with that being said, all rise. Join me by rendering a salute to our nation's colors by the numbers 1, 2. 2:37. The time is now 2:37. The convention will stand in recess until 8:30 a.m. tomorrow.